Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Baiklah, sekali lagi selamat datang, selamat pagi. A very good morning to all of you. Dan kami mohon untuk para hadirin yang baru saja tiba untuk mengambil tempat duduk yang telah disediakan dan acara akan bermula. Sejurus ketibaan tetamu terhormat sebentar sahaja lagi. Terima kasih. Hadirin sekalian, ketibaan yang berbahagia, Datuk Dr. Ahmad Sadi, Timbalan Setiausaha Kerajaan Negeri Pembangunan, mewakili Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Panglima Surveyor Haji Safar bin Untung, Setiausaha Kerajaan Negeri Sabah.
Sabah tanah airku tercinta, bersatu padu serta merdeka. Negeriku yang aman harmoni, transformasi dikecapi dinikmati. Satu aspirasi, satu destinasi, visi dan misi milik kita semua. Sabah maju jaya dalam Malaysia, dikenali di...
Hadirin dan hadirat yang dihormati sekalian, dimohon untuk sama-sama kekal berdiri bagi menghormati lagu negaraku dan lagu Sabah Tanah Airku. Hadirin dimohon kekal berdiri. Bagi menyemarakkan semangat cintakan negara dalam kalangan penjawat awam dan masyarakat sekaligus ke arah pemupukan semangat perpaduan rakyat Malaysia Madani yang berbilang kaum, sama-sama kita ikuti lafaz ikrar rukun negara yang akan dipimpin oleh Encik Khairul Ashraf bin Mualasan.
Bahawasanya negara kita Malaysia mendukung cita-cita hendak mencapai perpaduan yang lebih erat dalam kalangan seluruh masyarakatnya, memelihara satu cara hidup demokratik, mencipta satu masyarakat adil di mana kemakmuran negara akan dapat dinikmati bersama secara adil dan saksama, menjamin satu cara liberal terhadap tradisi-tradisi kebudayaannya yang kaya dan pelbagai corak, membina satu masyarakat progresif yang akan menggunakan sains dan teknologi moden. Ikrar, maka kami, rakyat Malaysia, berikrar akan menumpukan seluruh tenaga dan usaha kami untuk mencapai cita-cita tersebut berdasarkan atas prinsip-prinsip yang berikut. kepercayaan kepada Tuhan, kesetiaan kepada raja dan negara, keluhuran perlembagaan, kedaulatan undang-undang, kesopanan dan kesusilaan. Terima kasih.
Hadirin dipersilakan duduk. Seterusnya, sama-sama kita ikuti lagu tema Hala Tuju Sabah Maju Jaya dan lagu Integriti Perkhidmatan Awam Negeri Sabah.
Sabah tanah airku tercinta, bersatu padu serta merdeka. Negeriku yang aman harmoni, transformasi dikecapi dinikmati. Satu aspirasi, satu destinasi, visi dan misi milik kita semua. Sabah maju jaya dalam Malaysia, dikenali di seluruh dunia. Sabah maju jaya, gabungan rakyat, penelaju hidup aman bahagia. Generasi Z, mari bangkitlah, kita bersatu menjadi teguh. Negeri Sabah, bumi yang tercinta, tanah tumpah darahku. Ayo kita jadikan negeri kita terus terbilang maju jaya dalam Malaysia dan di seluruh dunia. Satu aspirasi, satu destinasi, visi dan misi milik kita semua. Kita sayang Sabah, negeriku tercinta, bersatu taat setia demi berdiri, teguhkan jiwa untuk jati diri, teguhkan jiwa untuk jati diri.
Hadirin dan hadirat yang dihormati sekalian, seterusnya bagi memohon keberkatan Allah Subhanahu wa taala, sama-sama kita menadah tangan mengaminkan bacaan doa yang akan dilafaz pimpin oleh Al-Fadhil Ustaz Muhammad Alwi bin Norbaki dari Jabatan Hal Ehwal Agama Islam Negeri Sabah, JAINS. Dengan segala hormatnya, majlis mempersilakan.
آمين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله الذي جعل النصر والفوز للسالكين سبل الهداية، وقضى بالذلة والهوان على من هال عن طارق الحق إلى الغواية، والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. اللهم إنا نرجو منك يا الله يا علي يا عظيم أن تجعل هذا المجلس Third ASEAN Blue Economy Forum 2025 exhibition بركة سابغة للعباد والبلاد. اللهم يا حميد يا شكور, melalui majlis yang bersyukur baik ini, kami tidak lupa mengucapkan syukur kerana Engkau mengizinkan kami menghadirkan diri, emosi dan diri kami sehingga kami dapat menyelesaikan majlis ini hingga akhirnya. Kami berkumpul dengan penuh makna bersama dalam niat murni memakmurkan bumi, menyulam kerjasama serantau demi kemakmuran bersama. Allahumma ya alimu ya khabiru, mohon dikurniakan kepada kami ilmu yang berguna, ilmu yang menjadikan iman bertambah subur, ketaatan bertambah tebal, dan amal soleh bertambah banyak, yang dengannya kami pun beroleh kehidupan sejahtera, aman, bahagia dan diridai Tuhan kami. Mohon ya Allah, jadikan forum ini sebagai titik tolak kepada masa depan yang lestari, menyinari jalan kemajuan dan kesejahteraan umat manusia. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzaban nar. Wa sallallahu wa sallam ala sayyidina wa maulana Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa baraka wa sallam. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Majlis merakamkan ucapan terima kasih kepada Al-Fadhil Ustaz Muhammad Alwi bin Norbaki. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam Malaysia Madani dan salam Sabah Maju Jaya. Yang berbahagia Datuk Dr. Ahmad bin Sadi, Timbalan Setiausaha Kerajaan Negeri Pembangunan, mewakili Yang Berhormat Setiausaha Kerajaan Negeri Sabah. Yang berbahagia, Datuk Seri Dr. Haji Sabin bin Samitah, Mayor Bandaraya Kota Kinabalu. Yang berbahagia, Datuk Haji Datuk Rosmadi bin Datuk Sulai, Ketua Pegawai Penyelaras Secretariat Sabah Maju Jaya, SSMJ, Konsulat Agung Negara Brunei Darussalam, Setiausaha Tetap Kementerian, Ketua-Ketua Jabatan dan Agensi Negeri dan Persekutuan, Barisan Speaker Sidang Pleno. Yang berbahagia, Datuk-Datuk, Datin-Datin, Tuan-Tuan dan Puan-Puan yang dihormati sekalian. Selamat datang, welcome to 3rd ASEAN Blue Economy Forum Exhibition 2025. Baiklah hadirin dan hadirat yang dihormati sekalian, pada pagi yang cukup bermakna ini, majlis dimulakan dengan menjemput Yang berbahagia, Datuk Haji Datuk Rosmadi bin Datuk Sulai, Ketua Pegawai Penyelaras Sekretariat Sabah Maju Jaya untuk menyampaikan ucapan alu-aluan. Dengan segala hormatnya, majlis mempersilakan.
Terima kasih pengacara majlis. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera dalam Malaysia Madani dan salam Sabah Maju Jaya kepada semua yang hadir pada hari ini. Terutama sekali kepada yang berbahagia Datuk Dr. Ahmad Sadi, Timbalan Setiausaha Kerajaan Negeri Pembangunan, mewakili yang berhormat Setiausaha Kerajaan Negeri, kekandak saya yang berbahagia Datuk Seri Dr. Haji Sabin Samita, Mayor Bandaraya Kota Kinabalu, Konsul Agung Negara Brunei Darussalam, Setiausaha Tetap, Ketua-Ketua Jabatan dan Agensi Negeri dan Persekutuan, Barisan Speaker Sidang PLENO, dan juga kepada semua yang berusaha untuk menjayakan acara pada hari ini. Kami di Secretariat Sabah Maju Jaya amat berbesar hati bagi pihak penganjur dan mengalu-alukan ketibaan, kedatangan, kehadiran Timbalan Setiausaha Kerajaan Negeri Datuk Dr. Ahmad Sadi pada hari ini, dan kehadiran yang berbahagia Datuk bersama kami di sini merupakan tonggak utama dalam usaha kami menggerakkan agenda ekonomi biru di negeri Sabah dan seterusnya untuk negara kita Malaysia. Perjalanan kami dalam meneroka ekonomi biru dalam konteks negeri Sabah tidak berlaku dalam sekelip mata. Ianya bermula pada 5 Oktober 2023 apabila kita membentangkan konsep ini kepada Yang Amat Berhormat Ketua Menteri dan seterusnya diangkat di peringkat Jemaah Menteri Negeri Sabah. Maknanya sudah hampir 2 tahun, 5 hari lagi dari sekarang, maka genaplah usia kami 2 tahun dalam berusaha menjadikan ekonomi biru sebagai agenda utama pembangunan di negeri Sabah. Untuk makluman yang berbahagia Datuk dan hadirin sekalian, program Third Asian Blue Economy Forum 2025 Exhibition merupakan satu kesinambungan dari forum yang dianjurkan oleh Kementerian Ekonomi pada hari kemarin. Program ini akan berlangsung selama 2 hari dan dianggarkan penyertaan seramai 400 daripada pelbagai pihak termasuk perumus dasar. Terima kasih SUT yang akan membentang, pemain industri, ahli-ahli akademik, pelajar-pelajar dan murid-murid sekolah serta komuniti terantau di ASEAN. Sebanyak 30 agensi pempamer dan pavilion Malaysia serta 13 sisi pleno telah disusun atur untuk program ini. Sisi pleno ini bukan sahaja menghimpunkan pakar tempatan dan antarabangsa sebagai penceramah dalam bidang seperti perancangan ruang marin, perundangan lautan, perakaunan lautan, dan teknologi maritim, malah turut menumpukan perbincangan kepada dasar dan polisi terantau, peluang pelaburan, inovasi teknologi, kelestarian sumber marin, serta mengetengahkan aspirasi generasi muda dalam membentuk masa hadapan ekonomi biru di Malaysia dan seterusnya di ASEAN. Harapan saya agar forum ini tidak hanya menjadi medan ucapan, tetapi benar-benar menjadi platform untuk kita berkongsi ilmu, bertukar pandangan, membina rangkaian serta melahirkan pendekatan inovatif bagi memanfaatkan sumber lautan tanpa menjejaskan ekosistem marin. Saya juga yakin forum ini mampu menjana idea-idea baharu mengenai alat tuju ekonomi biru terutama sekali di Sabah dan seterusnya di Malaysia, dan segala cadangan bernas akan kami angkat di peringkat tertinggi pentadbiran kerajaan negeri untuk dipertimbang serta diterjemahkan dalam bentuk dasar serta tindakan yang nyata. Sesungguhnya forum ini adalah sebuah mercu tanda penting dalam perjalanan pembangunan ekonomi biru di Sabah dan juga di Malaysia. Juga merupakan mercu tanda untuk ASEAN di masa akan datang bahawa kerjasama serantau mampu mencipta innovative and creative solution to any problem yang sedang kita hadapi pada ketika ini. Visi besar kami di Secretariat ialah bahawa Sabah bukan sahaja dapat menuai aset-aset lautan tanpa berkompromi dengan kesihatan ekosistem lautan, malah dalam masa yang sama turut berupaya menjana semula regenerative ekosistem lautan kepada nilai yang lebih tinggi. Sekali lagi, saya merakamkan penghargaan kepada yang berbahagia Timbalan Setiausaha Kerajaan Negeri, Datuk Dr. Ahmad, serta semua pihak yang menjayakan forum ini. Dengan itu, saya menjemput sekali lagi tuan-tuan dan puan-puan untuk bersama-sama menghidupkan forum pada hari ini dan esoknya dan menjadikannya pemangkin kepada masa hadapan maritim yang inklusif, regeneratif dan makmur. Sekian, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Yang berbahagia Datuk Haji Datuk Rosmadi bin Datuk Sulai, Ketua Pegawai Penyelaras Sekretariat Sabah Maju Jaya, di atas ucapan alu-aluan sebentar tadi. Baiklah, sedang hadirin yang dihormati sekalian, seterusnya majlis dengan penuh hormat dan takzimnya mempersilakan Yang berbahagia Datuk Dr. Ahmad Sadi, Timbalan Setiausaha Kerajaan Negeri Pembangunan, mewakili Yang berhormat Setiausaha Kerajaan Negeri Sabah untuk menyampaikan ucapan, seterusnya merasmikan Third ASEAN Blue Economy Forum 2025 Exhibition pada pagi ini. Dipersilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Terima kasih saudari pengacara majlis pada program yang sungguh bermakna pada pagi ini. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam Malaysia Madani, salam Sabah Maju Jaya. Sebelum saya bacakan ucapan Yang berhormat Datuk Seri Panglima Sivaya Datuk Sapar bin Untung, Setiausaha Kerajaan Negeri, saya ingin menyampaikan mohon maaf Yang berhormat Datuk Seri kerana tidak dapat hadir bersama dalam majlis pada pagi ini yang sungguh bermakna bagi negeri Sabah. Ini atas sebab due to unforeseen circumstances. Yang berbahagia Datuk Haji Datuk Rosmadi bin Datuk Sulai, Ketua Pegawai Penyelaras Sekretariat Sabah Maju Jaya, selaku penganjur utama program pada pagi ini. Yang berbahagia Datuk Seri Dr. Haji Sabi bin Samita, Mayor Bandaraya Kota Kinabalu, Konsul Agong Negeri Brunei Darussalam, Setiausaha Tetap Kementerian, Ketua-Ketua Jabatan dan Agensi Negeri dan Persekutuan, pada barisan speaker sidang pleno. Yang berbahagia Datuk-Datuk, Datin-Datin, Tuan-Tuan dan Puan-Puan yang dihormati sekalian. Syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala, dengan izinnya kita dapat bersama-sama berhimpun pada pagi ini bagi menjayakan Third ASEAN Blue Economy Forum 2025 exhibition. Terlebih dahulu saya ingin merakamkan penghargaan kepada Sekretariat Sabah Maju Jaya selaku penganjur utama serta semua rakan strategik yang telah memastikan forum ini terlaksana dengan jayanya. Forum ini amat signifikan kerana ia hadir pada waktu yang tepat ketika ASEAN memperkukuhkan komitmen terhadap agenda Sustainable Development Goals SDG 2030, Paris Agreement, aspirasi net zero serta keutamaan ekonomi biru dalam kerangka ASEAN. Malaysia pula sebagai pengurusi ASEAN pada tahun ini menekankan bahawa setiap negara anggota perlu melaporkan kemajuan masing-masing. Dalam konteks ini, Sabah telah pun memulakan langkah penting melalui pelaksanaan kawasan perlindungan marin, zon perikanan mapan serta pengurusan hutan bakau. Datuk-datuk, datin-datin, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang dihormati sekalian, seperti yang telah ditegaskan oleh Yang Amat Berhormat Perdana Menteri Sabah, Perdana Menteri Malaysia, Sabah diberi mandat untuk menerajui agenda ekonomi biru Malaysia. Kepercayaan ini bukan sahaja kerana keluasan maritim Sabah yang meliputi lebih 165,000 kilometer persegi zon ekonomi eksklusif, tetapi juga kerana potensi besar yang wujud dalam sumber perikanan, tenaga boleh diperbarui, pelancongan lestari dan bioteknologi marin. Kedudukan Sabah pula di tengah-tengah ASEAN dan memiaga memberi nilai tambah sebagai pintu masuk utama negara ke arah ekonomi biru serantau. Namun, pengiktirafan ini datang bersama tanggungjawab yang besar. Seperti kata ahli falsafah, perancangan tanpa pelaksanaan adalah sia-sia. Justru, execution di setiap fasa adalah amat kritikal. Kita mesti bergerak pantas berasaskan data saintifik dan sokongan teknologi baharu, kaedah pemetaan geospatial, penggunaan eDNA untuk pemantauan biodiversity, analisis data mining dan pendekatan ocean accounting adalah antara instrumen penting yang akan memperkukuhkan governance ekonomi biru di Sabah ini. Datuk-datuk, datin-datin, tuan-puan yang dihormati sekalian, forum ini menjadi wadah terbaik untuk membincangkan perkara-perkara ini kerana ia menghimpunkan pakar dalam bidang marine special planning, perundangan lautan, perakaunan laut dan teknologi maritime. Saya yakin perbincangan dua hari ini akan menghasilkan cadangan konkret yang mampu diterjemahkan dalam bentuk strategi dan dasar negeri serantau serta di peringkat global. Saya percaya perbincangan yang akan berlangsung sepanjang 2 hari ini bakal melahirkan idea yang bernas, strategi yang praktikal serta rangka tindakan bersama yang boleh memperkukuh daya tahan ekonomi maritime kita, memelihara kelestarian alam dan pada masa yang sama dapat meningkatkan kesejahteraan komuniti pesisir pantai. Datuk-datuk, datin-datin, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang dihormati sekalian, harapan kita adalah agar ekonomi biru bukan saja menyumbang kepada pertumbuhan ekonomi negeri dan negara, tetapi juga meningkatkan kesejahteraan rakyat serta memastikan kelestarian alam sekitar untuk generasi yang akan datang. Dengan keazaman, kolaborasi strategik dan inovasi, saya yakin Sabah mampu menjadi peneraju utama dalam ekonomi biru Malaysia sekaligus menjadi rakan strategik penting dalam memperkukuhkan kerangka ekonomi Biru ASEAN. Datuk-datuk, datin-datin, tuan-tuan dan puan yang dikasihi sekalian, dengan penuh rasa syukur dan harapan dan dengan lafaz Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, saya dengan sukacitanya meresmikan the Third ASEAN Blue Economy Forum 2025 Exhibition. Sekian, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Yang Berbahagia Datuk. Dimohon Yang Berbahagia Datuk untuk terus kekal berada di atas pentas dan dijemput Yang Berbahagia Datuk Rosmadi untuk menjemput dan mengiringi Yang Berbahagia Datuk Seri Dr. Haji Sabin bin Samita untuk sama-sama di pentas utama bagi menyaksikan penyempurnaan gimmick perasmian The Third ASEAN Blue Economy Forum 2024-25 Exhibition. Dan untuk itu dipersilakan Yang Berbahagia Datuk berada di sudut sebelah kiri pentas utama untuk mengaktifkan gimmick pelancaran dengan meletakkan telapak tangan kanan ke atas peranti khas yang disediakan dengan kiraan 3, 2, 1. Hadirin sekalian, the Third ASEAN Blue Economy Forum 2025 Exhibition secara rasminya dilancarkan. Baiklah, untuk itu dijemput tetamu terhormat serta dev-dev jemputan untuk kembali ke tempat duduk, dan rakan-rakan media, majlis dengan penuh sukacita ingin menjemput anda untuk berada di atas pentas. Kita ambil momen seketika untuk merakamkan gambar kenangan tetamu terhormat, dev-dev jemputan dan para hadirin yang telah pun sama-sama menjayakan majlis perasmian Third ASEAN Blue Economy Forum 2025 Exhibition. Dipersilakan rakan-rakan media untuk berada di atas pentas. The Third ASEAN Blue Economy Forum 2025 Exhibition merupakan salah satu kesinambungan daripada forum yang dianjurkan pada Isnin lalu, dan ia merupakan mercu tanda penting dalam perjalanan ekonomi biru di negeri Sabah, negeri di bawah bayu. Baik, majlis merakamkan ucapan terima kasih kepada rakan-rakan media, dan seterusnya majlis mempersilakan Yang Berbahagia Datuk bersama dev-dev jemputan yang lain untuk mengadakan lawatan ke reruai pameran untuk muncul sebagai peneraju dalam bidang ekonomi laut yang mampan sambil memastikan manfaatnya dapat dirasai oleh semua lapisan masyarakat, khususnya komuniti pesisir. bekalkan ataupun sediakan untuk anda pilih-pilih, beli dan rasai sendiri, yang mana reruai pameran untuk menjual makanan tradisi Sabah Baiklah, sekali lagi hadirin dan hadirat yang dihormati sekalian, kita ingin menjemput tuan-tuan dan puan-puan untuk Hormati sekalian, sekali lagi selamat kembali bersama dengan kami. Welcome back. Now let's move on into the highlights of today, the plenary session. Kita akan mulakan sesi yang paling penting selama 2 hari kita berada di sini, iaitu sesi sidang pleno. Jadi sebelum kita teruskan, izinkan kami untuk memperkenalkan. Allow me to introduce our first speaker of the day, Tuan Haji Ahmad Ikram bin Abdullah, also known as G, is the Senior Policy Advisor for the Asia Foundation in Malaysia. He has 30 years of working experience spanning in different sectors including government, the banking corporate sector and a think tank. Throughout his career, G has been involved in a multitude of strategic initiatives such as high-level government and business policy-making process, designing and organizing public engagement programs and strategic corporate events, influencing and advocacy work, government reform initiatives, providing analysis support and background intelligence and rebranding exercise. Jay's most recent assignments include an independent consultancy with an international development organization, Chief Executive Officer of the Terengganu Strategic and Integrity Institute, TSIS, TSIS itu dia, a state-owned think tank, Vice President, Communications and Branding for SME Bank in Malaysia, and Government Relations Advisor for ExxonMobil in Malaysia. G has a deep interest in the areas of leadership thinking, coaching and human resource training, branding and strategic positioning, policymaking and stakeholder management. He is also passionate about challenging accepted wisdom, believing that even if it ain't broke, you still ought to fix it. G is a former student of the prestigious Malay College Kuala Kangsar MCKK, and he holds a master's degree in business administration and a diploma in Islamic studies from the International Islamic University Malaysia, a bachelor's degree in international studies from Southwest Texas State University. Today, he will be sharing his perspectives on community-led blue economy activities in Sabah. Hadirin sekalian, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Tuan Haji Ahmad Ikram bin Abdullah, Senior Policy Advisor Malaysia, the Asia Foundation TAF Malaysia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam Malaysia Madani dan salam Sabah Maju Jaya. Terima kasih kepada saudari pengerusi majlis, yang berbahagia Datuk Dr. Ahmad bin Sadeh, Deputy State Secretary Development representing the Sabah State Secretary, Honorable Datuk Sri Dr. Sabin Samiah, Mayor of Kota Kinabalu, Honorable Datuk Haji Datuk Rosmadi, Datuk Sulai, Chief Coordinating Officer Sabah Maju Jaya Secretariat, Consulate of the Agong of Brunei Darussalam, Permanent Secretaries, Heads of Departments, Agencies, both state and federal, distinguished plenary speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Pertama sekali saya ucap syukur kepada Allah SWT kerana diberi kesempatan untuk hadir dan datang ke Kota Kinabalu. On behalf of the Asia Foundation Malaysia, I would like to express my utmost gratitude to the Sabah Maju Jaya Secretariat, the conference organisers, for the opportunity to speak at today's 3rd ASEAN Blue Economy Forum 2025. Jadi ini sesi yang pertama, agak berdebar sikit, so please bear with me for the next 10 to 15 minutes. Please also accept sincere apologies from Mr. Thomas Parks, the acting country representative of the Asia Foundation Malaysia, who is unable to be here today due to travelling commitments. I will be representing him instead. It is a privilege to join all of you, researchers, policy makers, community leaders and practitioners who are working toward a more inclusive and sustainable future. I would also like to take this opportunity to congratulate the Sabah State Government, in particular the SMJ Secretariat, for placing the blue economy as a central pillar of development. This is a forward-thinking and visionary decision that reflects to both courage and deep understanding that our coastal river and marine ecosystems are not just environmental assets, they are sources of identity, livelihood, and immense opportunity for the people of Sabah. Sebenarnya kita di Asia Foundation sudah lama bekerjasama dengan di SMJ Secretariat dan kami rasa sangat berbesar hati kerana diberikan kesempatan untuk sama-sama bergerak dengan Secretariat SMJ untuk menjalankan agenda Blue Economy di negeri Sabah ini. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian, do I point over here? Or do I point? Okay, oh sorry. Yeah, all right. You may have all heard of the Asia Foundation. It is an international development organization with 18 offices in 18 different countries. Together with the SNB Secretariat, the Asia Foundation Malaysia has collaborated to support the development of a blue economy framework in Sabah. Now, earlier this year, apa yang berlaku ialah the Asia Foundation, with the generous support of the Australian government, initiated a short-term field study called Community-Led Blue Economy Activities in Sabah. Why did we do this? Because we wanted to find out and document those community-led blue economy activities in Sabah. We also believe that the future of Sabah's blue economy lies in its communities, in their knowledge, in their creativity, their resilience, and deep connection to the rivers and the sea. While challenges exist, we saw three key opportunities. Number one, we wanted to listen and learn from local voices. Number two, we wanted to highlight and document community-led efforts already making its differences. Number three, to explore how to build a blue economy that is inclusive, people-centered, and sustainable. The study also aimed to spotlight inspiring community initiatives with the hope that given the right support and encouragement, they can grow and create an even greater positive impact in Sabah. The idea is to look into what's happening on the ground sebab sudah ada sebenarnya contoh-contoh blue economy activities itu di kalangan masyarakat di Sabah, and if we can acknowledge and identify and encourage them and support them, it will be greater for the people of Sabah. I have brought a few hard copies of the study with me, but you may also access the study through our Asia Foundation website. Now, where did we conduct the study? The team engaged with coastal and island communities across Sabah, each with unique strengths and local initiatives. This included in Sempurna, where youth are leading coral conservation and ecotourism. In Mabul Island, a vibrant community navigating tourism and waste issues. In Pitas, home to deep-rooted traditions and cultural knowledge. In Bangi Island, where communities are finding creative solutions to answer economic challenges. In Kuala Penyu, rich in cultural heritage and community events. In Sabate Island, where traditional conservation practices will guide community life. In Sandakan, where waste is being transformed into livelihood through innovation. Now, one of the most important lessons from our study is that an inclusive blue economy is a stronger blue economy. By embracing inclusion through policy, training, and active engagement, we can unlock the full potential of these communities. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Sabah is incredibly diverse, culturally, linguistically, and socially. Given the diversity, some sections of the community may face challenges to fully participate in development opportunities, especially women, whose economic contributions are often under-recognized, and youth, whose talents are sometimes overlooked or lost to migration. We also acknowledge the stateless residents who have lived in Sabah for generations but face challenges due to documentation issues. Now, what are the types of blue economy activities or community-led blue economy activities that we have discovered? There are many, of course, and the dynamic forms of community-led blue economy activities across Sabah include as follows: ecotourism initiatives, waste management and recycling programs, seaweed farming, traditional boat making, sustainable fishing, coral reef conservation and restoration, turtle hatcheries, mangrove replanting and coastal restoration, community-run marine protected areas, youth-led environmental education and outreach, handicrafts and marine-based products, local seafood value chains. Together, these activities demonstrate the vast potential of the blue economy to deliver environmental, economic, and social benefits when communities are empowered to lead. Now, let me share with you some of the success stories that we have discovered. Number one, women driving local economies. Across Sabah, women are leading micro businesses in seafood processing, traditional handicrafts, and small retail. For example, in Sampurna, seafood farming led by women generates 1,000 to 3,000 ringgit per month. Their work supports not only their families, but also the local community. With training and support, many are expanding into markets beyond Sabah, proving that women are vital to scaling the blue economy. Yeah. Success story number two, youth leading marine stewardship. In Sampurna and Mabul, young people are at the forefront of coral propagation, turtle hatchery monitoring, and ecotourism. With support from partners like WWF and Reef Check Malaysia, ada di belakang itu, these youths are turning conservation into meaningful careers, combining environmental protection with economic opportunities. Success story number three, traditional knowledge as a guiding force. Sabah's traditional practices like the Tagal system and the Gompu Guno philosophy, meaning use and protect, offer time-tested models for resource management. For example, in Pitas and Sebate, we found these systems regulate fishing to ensure sustainability and community unity. The Gompi Guno approach teaches that resources taken must be replenished or given time to regenerate, perlu diganti semula, an indigenous conservation ethic with modern relevance. Sabah's traditional practices provide proven community-driven models for sustainable resource management that remain highly relevant today. Success story number four, turning waste into wealth. In Sandakan, the Trash to Cash program empowers communities to collect and repurpose waste, generating income while improving environmental outcomes. Amazing. The aim is to recycle 10,000 kilograms of household waste, focusing on water villages. This is a great example of how the circular economy can combine sustainability with economic empowerment. Success story number five, tourism rooted in culture. In Kuala Penyu, boat rentals, homestays, and cultural festivals like Odu Bakanjar, betul ya, allow families to diversify income while sharing heritage with visitors. This enriches Sabah's tourism landscape and builds local pride through authentic community-powered experiences. Success story number 6, capacity building through partnership. NGOs, government agencies such as the local councils, and in this case, the Majlis Perbandaran Sandakan, and universities are already supporting communities with training in fishing, aquaculture, waste management, entrepreneurship. And again, as I mentioned, for example, thanks to Majlis Perbandaran Sandakan, the Trash to Cash program in Sandakan not only generates income, but also raises environmental awareness. To ensure long-term success, we must invest in local leadership so that communities can manage and scale efforts independently. What have we learned? Reflections from the journey, community-led economy activities in Sabah. Our journey, learning from communities deeply engaged in the blue economy, has been nothing short of inspiring. The experiences and stories we've encountered paint a powerful picture of what is possible when people are empowered, included, and supported. These are some of the key lessons that I'd like to share. Number 1, communities aren't waiting. They are already leading. All across Sabah, communities are taking initiatives, showing incredible leadership in protecting marine ecosystems and creating sustainable livelihoods. They are not just participating in the blue economy, they are shaping it. What we need to do now is to recognize, to provide long-term investment and strong partnership. Number 2, women and youth are powerful agents of change. Number 3, culture is a strength. Number 4, inclusion creates resilience. Number 5, empowerment over dependence. And number 6, traditional governance holds powerful lessons. Cultural traditions offer governance models that naturally align conservation with livelihood. To close, ladies and gentlemen, let me just say this. Sabah's blue economy is more than a development agenda. It is a vibrant and evolving ecosystem of people, knowledge, culture, and opportunity. What I've just shared briefly today is just a glimpse into the inspiring community-driven efforts already underway across Sabah. We in the Asia Foundation are excited to present these findings, although briefly, and we hope they spark even more collaboration, learning, and momentum to further advance Sabah's blue economy journey. Once again, I congratulate the Sabah State Government for its leadership in prioritizing this blue economy sector, and I thank the SMJ Secretariat for creating this vital space for dialogue and collaboration. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much. Terima kasih Tuan Haji Ahmad Ikram bin Abdullah. Please remain on stage. Dan sekarang ini kita berikan sesi Q&A session for everyone here yang ingin mengajukan soalan terus kepada Tuan Haji Ahmad Ikram bin Abdullah, Senior Policy Advisor Malaysia di Asia Foundation TAF Malaysia. Baik, kita persilakan untuk terus menghala ke mikrofon yang sudah pun kami sediakan di hadapan ini. Feel free to ask. Kita ada masa berbaki beberapa minit untuk sesi soal jawab. Baik, mohon untuk ajukan soalan dengan memperkenalkan diri dan juga dari organisasi mana untuk bersama dengan untuk dijawab terus ya oleh Tuan Haji Ahmad Ikram. Baik, silakan. Sebarang persoalan? Any questions related to our first topic? Baik, yang berbahagia Profesor Dr. Nabila, dipersilakan.
Silakan.
Assalamualaikum. Assalamualaikum. Thank you very much for a very insightful presentation.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I'm Nabila from UiTM Sabah.
Yes.
Okay, currently, I'm doing research on blue economy in Sabah. We're focusing on grassroots communities. So my question, you said just now what we have learned is that the empowerment over dependency. Seperti yang kita tahu, grassroots community ini bergantung sepenuhnya kepada bantuan kerajaan dan agensi. So, macam mana kita kurangkan kebergantungan ini? Terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih Prof. Ratu Nabila, soalan yang bagus. Ikut apa yang kami dapati, based on what we have observed, yes, there is an element or the feeling that people would like to depend on support, yeah, which is only natural, right? I think what we can do is to provide that opportunity for the people to earn their livelihood, to generate income, right? And that was what we saw in some of the places that we visited. Apabila ada peluang-peluang kerjaya mungkin, ada peluang-peluang untuk mereka menambah pendapatan. And we meaning the partners, yeah, and that would include NGOs, universities, and even the government for that matter, provide the support, the initial support, yeah, in the hope that eventually it will become sustainable lah, kan? Tapi that is a challenge. Kalaupun tidak, kita berusaha untuk pastikan ada that initial support kepada mereka yang sudah pun menjalankan kerja-kerja itu. That is also another way of doing it, because we don't start from zero, right? So if there are, for example, I would like to encourage that we do some kind of an inventory. Where are the places in Sabah that you have already activities, yeah, community-led, blue economy activity-led activities, that you can at least provide a bit of impetus and encouragement for them to move further. Then that success story becomes an example for the others to follow, right? So orang selalu suka mengikut, kan? So kalau kita boleh tunjukkan contoh-contoh success story yang bagus ini dengan memberikan sedikit tambahan dan galakan, I think it will work. But of course lah, you cannot hapuskan konsep dependency itu semua sekali, ya. There will be elements in society that would require that, and I think we will also need to provide that direct support to them because they are not able to live on their own. So there needs to be a balance in that sense. But my point is, already sudah ada di kalangan masyarakat. The blue economy is actually a natural transition. Ya? Apa yang dibuat oleh Kerajaan Negeri Sabah ni bagus. Ya? Sebab memang sudah ada di kalangan masyarakat. So what we need to do is to provide that encouragement and support for them to move further. Yeah. So that's how I answer. Hopefully membantulah. Terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih Tun Haji. Diharapkan jawapan yang diberikan kepada Prof sebentar tadi dapat menjawab lah ya Prof. Another one more question before we wrap up our first plenary session. Ada satu lagi soalan kita boleh ajukan, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, dipersilakan. Baik, puan yang mengangkat tangan, dipersilakan puan.
Today women power.
Of course, Tuan Haji.
I thought, takut nanti tidak nampak kan. Rosilla from Sabah Forestry Department. Just a question to Tuan Haji. Knowing that Sabah is going for blue economy, and we have a lot of community living at the coastal side. So how would this be factored in the blue economy when they are depending on it, but at the same time with the climate change and sea rise, it's actually kind of like a dangerous for them to stay there. Just looking at how the policy seems in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Puan Rosella. That's also another very good question. I am from Terengganu. And I can empathize with that question because we do face that kind of situation in Terengganu as well because a lot of people living in the coastal areas. Tapi untuk minta mereka untuk move inland is difficult, yeah, because they've been staying there for quite some time, right? It's only something that we can do in terms of trying to manage the situation. For example, lately ada banyak gambar viral, itu erosion jalan dekat Batu Rakit, di Terengganu contohnya kan, jalan tu sudah runtuh. And people don't want to move, although there's a big erosion there. Unless bila sudah erosion tu dah sampai betul-betul di tepi rumah kan, baru mereka terpaksa pindah kan. But we have to respect that because they've been staying there for quite some time. So it is something that I think we just need to manage. And in this case, what I understand is that the local authorities decided untuk menimbun batu untuk menghalang supaya ada mengelakkan daripada erosion. But it's actually a challenging question for me to answer. And to be honest with you, I think what we need to do is to look at things on a case-by-case basis. And if there is a requirement that people need to move, I think we need to have a conversation with them and to negotiate what is the best for them so that the issue is safety, safety for them and safety for their families. Itu yang saya mampu jawab setakat ni. Right.
Baik, terima kasih Tuan Haji. Sekali lagi kita berikan tepukan yang gemuruh untuk sesi sidang pleno yang pertama dibawakan oleh
saya ingat kalau sikit saja.
Boleh Tuan Haji, silakan.
Saya cuma nak sampaikan di sini, we are just sharing this bit of information as our small contribution to what the Sabah State Government and the SMJ is doing. I think what the Sabah State Government is doing is very, very good because tak ada tempat lain lagi yang buat macam ni. And it's only in a natural extension. Yes, I think we should clap our hands because it's only a natural extension where people already in Sabah already doing blue economy activities in Sabah. So congratulations to all of you, and I hope that the effort by the Sabah State Government, especially from the SMJ, will be successful. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Terima kasih sekali lagi Tuan Haji, dimohon untuk kekal seketika. Please remain on stage for a while. Kita akan move on to our Mentimeter session ya. Untuk sesi Mentimeter, kalau boleh kita tumpukan perhatian ke skrin utama ini. Mungkin kita sempat berikan laluan kerana topik yang pertama daripada Tuan Haji sebab tadi ada kaitan dengan our session, Mentimeter session di skrin. Jadi mungkin tuan-puan bolehlah sama-sama kita mengimbas kod QR yang tertera. Kita ingin melihat ya Tuan Haji sejauh mana pemahaman yang telah pun diberikan atau dikongsikan oleh Tuan Haji sampai cakna kepada kita yang berada di dalam Dewan ketika ini. Silakan just scan the code dan kita akan terus kepada soalan yang pertama. Sebentar lagi, berapa saat kita berikan ya. Terus mengimbas kod QR yang tertera ataupun enter the code 71047064. Itu dia, kita ke Mentimeter. Kita mulakan sekarang. Silakan, soalan yang pertama. Do you believe community-led initiatives are essential for successful blue economy? Apa pandangan anda? What say you? Itu dia. Grafik menunjukkan 97% mengatakan ya. Berkurangan, naik sedikit ke 96%. 4% mengatakan tidak. Untuk soalan yang pertama.
Bagi up sikit.
Bagi up sikit. Tuan Haji minta up sikit. Itu dia. Do you believe community-led initiatives are essential for a successful blue economy? Baik, overall Tuan Haji 96 mengatakan ya, 4% sahaja memilih tidak. Next to our second question, silakan. Should local communities receive priority in blue economy project benefits? Adakah patutkah komuniti mendapatkan keutamaan dalam projek kemudahan ataupun manfaat projek ekonomi biru? 94% atau 95% say yes. Okey, berkurang di situ. Semakin rancak perubahan daripada ya ke tidak. Kita saksikan 94% mengatakan ya, manakala 6% memilih tidak. Mungkin akan berubah selepas ini ya Tuan Haji, insya-Allah. Baiklah, seterusnya soalan yang terakhir. Kita ada satu lagi soalan? Okey, baik. What is one example of a successful community-led activity that could be scaled up in Sabah? Salah satu contoh, itu dia Tagal. Istimewa di Sabah kita ada Tagal ya Tuan Haji. Community tourism, seaweed farming, coral restoration. Juga memilih, salah seorang daripada rakan kita memilih seaweed farming. Upcycling trash, okey, itu dia. Amplang, pun termasuk juga. Tourism, craft tangan, aquaculture, handicraft, water taxi, fishery activities pun ada ya Tuan Haji. Itu dia. Community ecotourism. Dan pelbagai lagi komen-komen, respon secara langsung kita paparkan daripada audiens kita di dalam Dewan ini. Seagrass conservation, environmental tourism, mangrove restoration, sustainable fisheries, hiking trails, itu dia. Sotong kering pun ada. Baik. Kita harapkan apa yang dipaparkan ini akan memberi impak, insyaAllah idea-idea bernas lepas ini ya. Tuan Haji, apa kata? Tuan-tuan dan perempuan, sekali lagi, let's give a big hand to yang berbahagia, Tuan Haji Ahmad Ikram bin Abdullah, Senior Police Advisor Malaysia, The Asia Foundation TAF Malaysia. Baiklah, Tuan Haji, sebagai tanda penghargaan dan terima kasih kami di SSMJ, dengan segala hormatnya majlis menjemput yang berbahagia, Datuk Ramli bin Karyah, Ketua Pegawai Operasi Secretariat Sabah Maju Jaya, untuk menyampaikan cenderuhati kepada yang berbahagia Tuan Haji. Dipersilakan. Our first plenary session for today, Tuan Haji Ahmad Ikram bin Abdullah, our first speaker, Senior Police Advisor Malaysia, The Asia Foundation TAF Malaysia, yang telah pun membawakan satu topik Community-led Blue Economy Activities in Sabah. Sekali lagi kita berikan tepukan yang gemuruh kepada speaker pertama pada hari ini. Baik, dipersilakan untuk Tuan Haji bersama-sama dengan Datuk Ramli kembali ke tempat duduk. Baiklah hadirin dan hadirat yang dihormati sekalian, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to our next plenary session. Our next distinguished speaker is Ms. Anne Williams, Executive Director of Pony Foundation, Pony Divers Brunei. Ms. Anne Williams is a seasoned advocate for youth with over 30 years of experience and is the Executive Director of Pony Foundation, a Brunei-based NGO dedicated to promoting marine conservation, local empowerment and environmental education, aiming to create impactful and meaningful change by providing accessible opportunities for youth to actively participate in their communities. Pony Foundation drives sustainability solutions through marine conservation programs, community and civic engagement, and humanitarian initiatives, and has spent her career advocating for the rights and interests of underprivileged and marginalized members of society, providing them with platforms to voice their opinions and participate in decision-making processes. Under the Pony Foundation, and is working to bring sustainable solutions, direct action, education, and awareness to marine environment with the aim to fuel purpose and passion that will drive conservation into the future. This morning, she will be presenting on Beneath the Waves, Building Careers and Communities for the Blue Economy in Bimpiaga region. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Anne Williams, Executive Director, Pony Foundation, Pony Divers Brunei Darussalam.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A special mention for the Consulate of the Agong of Brunei Darussalam, permanent secretaries, heads of departments and agencies, both state and federal, distinguished plenary speakers, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Anne Williams. It's never good to see a face that big anywhere. I'm here with my brilliant colleague, Fatnin. We are part of the Pony Foundation, a Brunei-based NGO. Fatnin and I have overcome quite a few challenges to be with you here today. Saving you from the details, we hope we can share ours and the Pony team's passion to drive change in Brunei. Pony Foundation is the affiliated NGO of Pony Group. Our three main goals are marine conservation, education, and local empowerment in Brunei. So, how are we building careers and communities for the blue economy in Brunei? So I want to focus today on some insights on how we are doing things at Pony. But before we get there, let's talk about who we are. Pony Group is made up of a suite of companies predominantly operating in the marine space. Pony Group started out as pony divers 16 years ago. A young Mr. Tai Sing Wong, raised in Brunei and passionate about diving and Brunei's marine environment, left Brunei, traveled the world and returned home to start Pony Divers and also tackle the challenges and the changes to Brunei's wrecks and reefs and their inhabitants. Pony Divers over the years contributed and in some areas led the way in marine conservation and coral planting, beach cleanups and removing discarded fishing gear. Tai would have loved to have been here today with you, but it is Maritime Week in Brunei and he is required to be there. It falls to me to share some of his words with you. In the early days, the diving community in Brunei was small, and it was unusual for women to dive. 7 years after the start of Pony Divers, the boats were half filled with female divers, instructors, and guides. Over the years, over 8,000 youths have been trained through our diving programs. Throughout the years, Pony Divers has always held single events and engaged with schools in educational talks, but these standalone actions did not feel to Tai very cohesive. The dream, Tai's dream, was to bring everyone together, a whole nation effort from businesses to government to schools to NGOs and beyond, and to create an annual event, something exciting for people to look forward to every year. Something that would raise awareness, garner support, and motivate action. And that is how Ocean Week Brunei was born. In 2023, the year before the first Ocean Week Brunei, we launched our Artificial Reef Program under the Reef Ball Foundation in Florida, mirroring the Reef Ball program that has been amazing, done amazing things in Sarawak over the past 30 years. It's important to say, before we move on to Ocean Week Brunei, that the Pony Foundation and Pony Group as a whole works throughout the year on conservation, education, local empowerment, sustainability. And Ocean Week Brunei showcases all the good work in Brunei, not just by ourselves, but for everyone striving to protect our marine environment. So, what is Ocean Week Brunei? For 1 week every year, coinciding with World Ocean Day, we celebrate the ocean and bring together people from all walks of life, from all ages, all agencies, stakeholders, including government ministers, high commissioners, ambassadors, schools, divers, communities, business, and the all-important fishing community and beyond. The list goes on. Inclusivity is the goal, coming together, working together, and starting the conversation about challenges and policy. Last year, we held 9 events over 10 days. This year, we held 15 events over 3 months, slightly longer than 1 week. We didn't plan a 3-month event, and we did it on limited staff and limited sleep, but we made it. We started early in May by bringing in amazing photographers and creative artists from the regional community. We wanted to bring the ocean to the city because not everybody can go into the ocean. There are lots of barriers for people. Most people don't swim in the ocean, and getting yourself on a boat and getting out there can be expensive. Telling people, hey, we're going to plant corals, can mean little to nothing. And why would we want to do that? So we brought the ocean to the people. We did videography on the beach with students. We brought them to the ocean. Nobody was required to get in the ocean, but the conversation started as they captured their images. We took people out on boats and taught them how to get the best out of their iPhone cameras. We just happened to be on the water, and the conversation continued. We had an ocean exhibition in the middle of one of the busiest malls in Brunei. We brought the ocean to the city and put it in front of people who might not normally interact. We were pretty hard to miss. We took the creativity into schools. The students created art with wood burning and sketched realistic images, and the conversation continued. Some of the best art and some of the greatest passion came from the schools with the students with additional needs. It was inspiring. What we learned is that art is inspiring. Beyond being a spectator, the act of being involved and being creative as a group is inspiring, exciting, and the conversation continued. We're still before June, we're still in May, and we took our travelling roadshow to all the districts in Brunei and set up in the malls and the high streets. We led a blood drive. People had the great joy of talking about the marine environment while donating their blood. Who wouldn't want to? What we learned along the way is that the love for the ocean is not dependent in being in it or on it. It does not require getting wet. This year, we focused Ocean Week Brunei on careers and creativity. The goal to inspire and educate everyone on opportunities within the blue economy. We work to engage all age groups and communities, from the primary stakeholders of all our efforts, the fishing community, to the indigenous groups, to the royal family. We had the great honour of Her Royal Highness Princess Sarah and her daughters coming out, making reef balls with us and planting coral. To those in the community with additional needs, who are sometimes hidden, we wanted to give everyone a voice, to inspire people to action and to advocate for all. We have worked for a long time alongside the local fishing community to understand their needs and their challenges and strive to fully understand them and support them. We worked with 3 different government ministers on key collaboration events, not least of which was bringing in global speakers for our joint conferences. We worked with media partners to amplify the volume. Often when policy is discussed and made at the top, the people who are tasked with enforcing it are those who it impacts the most may not be aware of why. So we brought them along to make reef balls, plant corals. We brought the bomber, the police, the military, the fishing community. We didn't just tell them, we showed them, and the conversation continued. We secured the rights to show David Attenborough's Ocean. We were one of the first countries in the region to do so. We filled the cinema auditorium with 3 shows with as many ministers and ambassadors as we could possibly find alongside the general public. The reaction was incredible. The subsequent conversation was loud and urgent. People at all levels inspired to take action. We thank you, Sir David. We are proud to say that Brunei has signed the High Seas Treaty. We launched the Ocean Champions Award to recognise our ocean heroes. All our societies, all our histories are made up of our heroes. We wanted to recognise those people dedicating their time to the ocean. We want to inspire others and open the door to possibilities. We had the Ocean Youth Grant for innovation. We had Ocean Voice for the younger kids to share their voice. Ocean Hero for those already working in the blue economy, lessening their impact and working in harmony with the marine environment. Ocean Champion Awards came at the end of 3 months of Ocean Week Brunei. By this time, we are in July. We are heartened and ourselves inspired by the incredible people, the amazing ideas, and the passion that is out there in Brunei. It was just the highlight of our 3 months. Alongside raising awareness of possibilities of careers in the blue economy, Pony Group are active in the blue economy space, creating jobs in our own companies, from aquaculture to oyster farms to blue carbon credits. We are partnering with organisations and leaders in their field across the region and globally to bring the science and technology at the forefront of the fast-moving economy to Brunei. At the end of this, we continue to work alongside local communities to support their ownership of their environments and bring an income to them. We continue to fill the gaps in research, knowledge and data, and critically, to share our findings. I would like to share with you a video. It's not quite David Attenborough's Ocean, but it showcases Ocean Week Brunei far better than my words could ever hope to. I hope you enjoy it.
Brunei has always shared a deep connection with the ocean. Its coastline supports communities, culture, and livelihoods. For generations, the sea has provided food, work, and a way of life. And now it needs support in return. Like many parts of the world, Brunei's marine environment is under pressure. Coral reefs are declining, marine waste travels further each year, and the balance of life underwater is shifting. But in Brunei, action is underway. Ocean Week Brunei 2025 mark a new chapter in the nation's commitment to ocean protection, showcasing how Brunei is turning awareness into action, bringing together policymakers, students, researchers, and everyday citizens. Ocean Week Brunei became a national movement, reaching Brunei Muara, Tutong, Kuala Belait, and Temburan. At Info Booth, people made ocean promises and pledges, a celebration and a call to action. Every great wave begins with a ripple. This year, we feature 15 major events across the country, each one highlighting a different aspect of ocean stewardship. Ocean Week Brunei began with a hands-on approach to reef restoration, reef ball fabrication. Organized by Pony Divers, the workshop introduced fishermen and students to specially designed concrete modules that mimic natural reef structures. These reef balls provide critical habitats for marine life, promote biodiversity, and help regenerate coral ecosystems. Built to last up to 500 years, reef balls serve as long-term investments in the health of our oceans. The Brunei Ocean Shootout brought professional photographers and artists to schools across Brunei to conduct creative workshops. These sessions in environmental art and photography empowered participants to connect with ocean themes through sketching, wood-burning art, air clay sculpture, and both land and underwater photography. The Brunei Ocean Exhibition followed, showcasing over 10 booths featuring marine craft, conservation technology, and NGO initiatives. The event awarded winners of the shootout competition and hosted expert talks on marine careers and conservation. It also proudly featured the Brunei premiere of Ocean by Sir David Attenborough. And last but not least, the Brunei Ocean Exhibition also held a public try-dive at the International School Brunei and the signing of a Memorandum of Understanding with ISB as an official education partner. Ocean Week Brunei also hosted the Ocean Sustainability Conference at University Brunei Darussalam, drawing over 250 participants, regional experts, and international delegates. An MOU with Clean Valley SICC from Canada was signed to launch the first bioalgal filter of its kind in the region, advancing marine innovation. Organized by the Ministry of Primary Resources and Tourism, the Forest to Reef Conference brought together communities working to restore Brunei's coastal ecosystems. Ocean Week Brunei joined the event in support, hosting a booth to highlight the vital link between land and sea. During the conference, Ocean Week Brunei formalized new academic partnerships, signing an MOU with University Brunei Darussalam as an official education partner, along with a tripartite agreement between UBD and Jejakin to advance mangrove conservation, marine innovation, biodiversity monitoring, and carbon tracking from forest to reef and reef to ocean. As part of Ocean Week's focus on inclusivity, the Community Marine Conservation and Inclusive Dive event welcomed individuals of all abilities to take part in reef restoration activities. Participants included people from the deaf community and divers with visual impairment, demonstrating that meaningful environmental action is possible for everyone. The event promoted adaptive diving and emphasized that marine conservation can be accessible to all members of society. With the theme Shaping Careers, Sustaining Oceans, the Future Ocean Changemakers Youth Forum marked the launch of Sustainable Ocean Alliance Brunei and a renewed push for youth-led ocean action. Over 250 youth from ASEAN, China and Brunei joined talks, workshops, and site visits with experts in marine science, security, policy, and innovation. The Youth Forum connected youth with ocean leaders, explored career pathways, and inspired collaboration for a sustainable marine future. At Pilong Rocks, Her Royal Highness Princess Sarah binti Haji Salim Abrahaman and Her Royal Highness Princess Munirah Madobokir joined divers under the Big Blue Hope initiative, placing reef balls and carefully planting coral plugs around them. The project revitalized damaged ecosystems, strengthened local biodiversity, and broke last year's record with a total of 310 corals planted. In conjunction with World Fishermen's Day, the Department of Fisheries alongside PONI brought together Brunei's fishing communities. 119 fishermen learned how to fabricate reef balls, empowering them to help restore marine habitats. The event also focused on marine safety with free life jackets distributed to promote safer fishing practices, with the Department of Fisheries offering fishing gear license registration. It was a day of knowledge sharing, tradition, and a community care. To celebrate World Ocean Day, 100 reef balls were deployed in Brunei's waters in partnership with the Ministry of Primary Resources and Tourism.
With the kalima Bismillahirrahmanirrahim and salawat and salam upon our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and his companion, it is my pleasure to deploy the reef balls into the water of Brunei Darussalam.
Laying the foundation for thriving marine habitats and a more resilient ocean future. One special reef ball bore a commemorative plaque personally signed by His Majesty Sultan Haji Hassan Bolkiah Muizzaddin Wadaulah, Sultan Yang di-Pertuan of Brunei Darussalam, symbolizing the nation's support to ocean conservation. 180 volunteers from community groups, government agencies, schools, and sponsors came together to remove 923 kilograms of marine waste, including plastics, fishing gear, and other debris. This cleanup event added to the week's impactful lineup, boosting awareness and turning hundreds of actions into real, measurable outcomes. Ocean Week Brunei 2025 is not yet. It's the spark, a beginning for stronger partnerships, deeper learning, and more inclusive marine conservation. Your impact starts here. Whether you are a sponsor, a volunteer, or a voice, there's a place for you in Ocean Week Brunei. Our ocean, our future. Together, we shape the future of ocean sustainability.
Thank you. I had little to do with that. That's our media department and my colleague Kamal's beautiful voice. We like to wave a lot in Brunei, did you notice? It is quite spectacular what's being achieved in Brunei. Yeah. So to conclude, thank you for your time and thank you for your attention. It is quite long, but I think it shows beautifully what we're achieving and striving to achieve in the future. Ty would like me to share with you his ambition to make Ocean Week Brunei bigger and better as the years go by. And our glorious Mr. Tai Sing Wong, the driver behind all of this, would love it to be Ocean Week Borneo. If you would like to collaborate or are interested in coming and working for Pony Group, come and see Fatnin and I at our booth. There's a lot to do. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you once again, Ms. Anne Williams, Executive Director, Pony Foundation, Pony Divers Brunei. And please, Ms. Anne, please remain on stage. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's proceed with our Q&A session. This is your chance to seek clarification, share your thoughts, or ask for further insights. So please don't hesitate. So, who would like to start? Dipersilakan.
Very good afternoon. My name is Captain Kenneth Koo. I am the Operations Director for an organization called the Bimiaga Maritime Academy. Ms. Williams, before moving to Kota Kinabalu 12 years ago, I worked for 4 years, lived and worked for 4 years in Brunei. And I had seen firsthand the activities, the sea and ocean related activities undertaken by Bruneians, especially the expats, via my involvement in the Royal Brunei Yacht Club. Congratulations as well for Ocean Week, as well as Brunei Maritime Week, which is happening this week as well. I just came back from Sarawak a few days ago, where they had Sarawak Maritime Day. So as you can see, our neighbors are doing a lot in relation to blue economy related activities. Now, the blue economy has got huge potential. It covers a wide range of ocean-related activities. To put things in perspective, blue economy basically is like the World Cup of ocean-related activities, while what we are doing here currently is more like a local domestic M-League kind of thing. But we have to start somewhere. So if you look at human capital development, it forms the backbone in developing blue economy. It provides the foundation in order to move forward. Innovation, regulatory compliance, career development, there's a lot of it. And as I can see, in Brunei, you seem to get a lot of support from the government-related agencies as well as the government itself. How critical do you feel that government, regulatory, as well as public and private partnership is in developing the knowledge, the competency, as well as the development of the careers of those involved in the blue economy? Thank you.
I think it's critical. The support and the backing of the government and the ministries is essential to us to drive policy, to make change, to open doors for the Bruneians to become educated and skilled and have a career path inside Brunei. And I think that is not always the case, particularly in the blue economy. So our raising awareness and doing that in collaboration with the government ministers, I think it sparks interest, it opens doors, it gives people a sense of security, that if they remain in Brunei, they train outside of Brunei and return, there's a future for them, there's a career path and there's earnings. So I think it's critical. Conversations at ministerial level are intense. We all see the challenges and we're trying to navigate our way through those challenges to make a better future, a brighter future, to conserve what we have, to protect what we have, to improve what we have, whether that's the marine environment, whether that's the terrestrial environment, whether that's the people of our nations. So I think it's critically important to have that backing.
Sorry, may I just add one more thing?
Yeah.
The very basic foundation includes marine tourism even though I'm here, I do go back to Brunei once every 2 months to conduct training for those who are involved in the activities. And one of the very basic things nowadays is, for example, if you look at marine tourism, the boat operators. Boats are like cars on the road, right? They need somebody who's licensed to bring them to navigate with them. And I see that there is some form of awareness with regards to that now, as the trainings are ongoing over in Brunei. However, we would like to see similar kind of things happening in Brunei as well. For example, in my institute, I have a list of around 200 plus people who say that they wish to have that kind of boat license. So we try to source out information relating to, is this for your future work or is it for your current work? A lot of them say that it's for their current work, which means that something is missing there if they're coming to us for those licenses. Thank you.
Yeah, the marine tourism is really interesting. We consider Brunei to be very overlooked if we just refer to divers, which is the heart of Pony Group. It is unique in Brunei. We have 30 known shipwrecks and we are finding more all the time. The makeup of our reef systems is unique. The mix of hard and soft corals is something you would have to go a long way to find. There's only 2 dive operators in Brunei. People just overlook us, they don't come. And that's part of our mission under Pony Divers is to change that opinion and bring people in. To bring volunteers in to help our work. We need boots on the ground, there's a lot to do. Yeah, and the boat divers, let's make more work for them, right? Yeah.
All right, let's move on to the next question.
Can I?
Yes, please.
My name is Yo Bunhai. I have 3 questions. What is the impact of water village community in the marine environment? Number 2 is there any fish bombing in Brunei water? Number 3, do you face any garbage, floating garbage in the water of Brunei? Thank you.
Okay. Yes, we have garbage. We face the same challenges as everybody else globally. We are susceptible to marine debris. Plastic waste is an issue. The recycling of plastic waste is an issue. The list goes on. Plastic pouring into our ocean from the estuaries is an issue. So yes, it is there, and it's one of the challenges that we face and are finding solutions for. Kampong Ayer is critically important. It is the historic heart of Brunei. Brunei was a fishing, before oil and gas came, Brunei was a small fishing community. So Kampong Ayer is critically important, and it's important to reiterate that we work really closely with the fishing communities and work alongside them. We're not in the business of telling anybody how they should live their lives. We're not in the business of telling anybody what they should do. We're in the business of listening. What will work? Let's work together. Giving people alternatives to perhaps destructive practices. I won't say we don't have fish bombing in Brunei, but the way our reefs are made up, if the bombing is happening, it's happening way out in the ocean. So close into land, we don't see it. We are susceptible to illegal trawling, so our reefs are quite often destroyed by trawler nets caught up. Day-to-day use of the oceans, dropping anchors on reefs, a point of education. Yeah, does that answer your questions?
Okay. Can I ask another question? How do you treat the sewerage system in Kampong Ayer or in any other water village in Brunei? Is there a proper sewerage system? How does the household water being discharged?
So I'm not an expert, and it's not something that Pony directly deals in. I do have some knowledge, but it's not great, so please forgive me. Kampong Ayer over recent years was upgraded. So sewerage systems were put in place. Historically, I think what you're referring to is that all the waste went straight into the river and then out to sea. That's no longer the case. So there's been a lot of upgrading to improve how the community at Kampong Aya are living to their benefit and to the environment's benefit.
So there is a system.
There
There is
is
a
a-
sewerage system.
To the best of my knowledge, there is a system.
Okay, thank you.
I can get you a definitive answer. If you come and see me, I'll connect you to the people that do know.
Clearly, Ms. N has sparked a lot of curiosity. Okay, who's got the next one? Professor Dr. Nabila?
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson. Okay, congratulations to Ms. N and Pony Divers Brunei. It's very inspiring story. I'm Nabila from UITM, University Technology Mara. I'm a researcher, I'm a lecturer. So I have two questions, very quick one. Okay, the first one is, what are the most in-demand skills for building a sustainable blue economy workforce in this region? And second one is many grassroots community, especially women, older generation, have limited exposure in ocean-related industry, especially in this blue economy. They don't have an idea what is blue economy is all about. So what are the strategy in your experience? You have so many success stories. So what are the strategy that can be implemented to upskill and include them? Thank you very much.
We work very hard in Brunei to uphold women in industry throughout the ministries. I lived in Brunei for 8 years, way back 2008 to 2016. And when I came in as a Brit from the UK, I was struck by the number of high-level women throughout the country. So my belief in Brunei is that women are upheld on a par with the gentlemen, seen as equals. I think the question about raising awareness and opportunities within the blue economy is for everybody, not just the women in Brunei, but for everybody. And now I've forgotten your first question, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Of course, sorry. Small brain. Yes, please, I'm so sorry.
The most in-demand skills in sustainable blue economy.
Okay. So it is at the forefront of the technology, I think, for us in particular. So we have a branch of Pony Group called Astari. This is our innovation hub. We are dealing with climate mitigation, sustainability. We're looking at all the same things that everybody here is going to talk about throughout the course of these 2 days. Blue carbon, carbon sequestration, ESGs, all this kind of stuff. We're looking at the same things. We need, I think, the big brains. We need the big brains to deal with this. One of the interesting things and the unique things with Brunei, and the bell's just tolled, so I'll just make this statement. The current statistic for Brunei in untouched, virgin, ancient, pristine rainforest where hardly anybody goes currently sits at 71.2% of our land. So we have to think quite creatively because planting trees won't really work for us. So that, I believe, is where the greatest skill and the knowledge needs to come at the forefront of technology.
I guess that's the time that we have, Ms. N. So thank you so much for your time. And sebagai tanda kenang-kenangan di atas kebersamaan, I now invite Yang Berbahagia Datuk Ramli bin Karya to kindly present a token of appreciation to Ms. N. Williams, Executive Director Pony Divers Brunei. Dipersilakan. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to Ms. N. Williams for her insightful sharing during the second plenary session earlier. Terima kasih kita ucapkan, sidang pleno yang kedua telah pun selesai. Dan pastinya selepas ini kita akan mengetengahkan lebih banyak pengisian menarik untuk anda. Baik, terima kasih yang berbahagia Datuk Ramli bin Karya, Ketua Pegawai Operasi Sekretariat Sabah Maju Jaya. Baiklah hadirin dan hadirat yang dihormati sekalian, kita teruskan dengan sidang pleno yang ketiga. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Khaira Ismail is Deputy Director of the Blue Economy Advancement Centre and Senior Lecturer at the Faculty of Science and Marine Environment, University Malaysia, Terengganu. Marine geologist by training, she specializes in seafloor and marine habitat mapping, deep sea ecosystems and ocean governance. She has advised on key national policy initiatives including Malaysia's Blue Economy Blueprint, Deep Sea Mining Bill and climate change legislation, and serves as the national focal point to IOC UNESCO for ocean mapping. In 2025, she was appointed to the GEPCO Guiding Committee 2025 to 2030 under UNESCO IOC, recognizing her contributions to advancing global seabed mapping and marine science diplomacy. Untuk itu, kita persilakan, let's welcome Dr. Khaira Ismail, Timbalan Pengarah Pusat Pemajuan Ekonomi Biru, Universiti Malaysia, Terengganu.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Good morning, everyone. No, noon. Okay, so salam sejahtera, salam Malaysia Madani dan salam Sabah Maju Jaya to the Consulate of the Agong of Brunei Darussalam, Permanent Secretaries, Heads of Departments and Agencies, both state and federal, distinguished plenary speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, let me start my slide. Can I have my slide on? All right, okay. So the title for my presentation today is Turning Marine Data into Economic Value, the Role of Ocean Accounting. So in compared to the two speakers that we have this morning, mine would be a bit more technical, but I hope I can get my message across. My name is Khaira Ismail. I am currently the Deputy Director for Blue Economy Advancement Centre, University Malaysia, Terengganu. But it doesn't mean that I know everything about blue economy. As blue economy encapsulate and also it includes a lot of things. So there are some of you here might be even more well versed in some parts of blue economy. So it really is the concept of being part, and also inclusivity is also one of the key factor in a blue economy. I'm also the IHO IOC GEPCO Guiding Committee. So GEPCO is basically the general bathymetric charts of the oceans. It's basically giving you all the bathymetry data that is available. So it is one of the projects, or I would say that an intergovernmental. It's actually it's an intergovernmental body where you can get all the bathymetry data available, and this data is at the different pixels. Usually, it is not as localized as what we have. So let me then continue. So why marine data matters? I think some of you were here yesterday for the ASEAN Blue Economy Forum, and perhaps most of you have heard that we have to start making decisions using data. So it's always that, let's do this, if you want to make decisions for the governments, for the policymakers, for the people in the community, we would like to see data. But oftentimes people don't really know what's data. What are you talking about? Is it just like a numbers is it like economic value, or is it how certain thing worth, or is it how much input and output that you get from an activities, or environmental data, social data? Is it like data from like bancian and things like this? So there are a lot of different data, but we also loosely just call it like, for example, data-driven decision. So in the context of blue economy, we know that marine and coastal ecosystem, as we've seen, Sabah is basically underpin, the marine and also the coastal ecosystem underpin the food security, trade, energy, climate regulations, and also livelihood of millions of people. And this is definitely not just Sabah, also Malaysia, and also worldwide, ASEAN, and so on. So worldwide, the ocean industry already generates about USD 1.5 trillion in value annually, and a number that is projected to reach about 3 trillion by 2030. And these industries provide employment for approximately 31 million people. So there, the keyword there is industry. So it is actually very much economic based, while blue economy is also looking into the sustainability. So let's not just think that blue economy is brown economy with the sprinkles of green. We need to move from that kind of thinking. It's okay to have a few sustainability projects, but the industries is just business as usual. So the total worth of global ocean assets, so we call it as ocean assets or environmental assets. And these are the things that are not being looked at in our GDP. So we are one of the mega diverse country. However, it's just a name without a leverage to our GDP or KDNK. So for Malaysia and ASEAN, marine sectors contribute substantially through fisheries, aquaculture, shipping, offshore energy, and also tourism. So high quality marine data such as bathymetry, ecosystem, ecological data, biodiversity, socio-economic is very critical. And why is it critical? Because in order for you to ensure that you are doing sustainable resource management, you need to know the current condition or the current extent of your particular area of interest, which is the ocean. So that would also help you to come up with fish quotas, ecosystem protection, infrastructure development, ports, renewable energy, coastal protection, and also climate action. So blue carbon and also disaster risk reduction. So some information that we have here, 3 of the major coastal ecosystems in Malaysia, seagrass beds, mangrove, and coral reef. And this data for ecosystem monitoring is crucial because you cannot say that we are doing blue economy when you do not have the baseline to tell that this is where we are now, we are going better, or we are doing the same, or we are actually taking more things out of the ocean, and the part where about the environment is actually declining. So what is your baseline that you want to give in order for you to say that this is a successful blue economy? Because it's not just about generating the income, it is also about the sustenance of the environment itself. So the policy gap that we have, and not just in Sabah, it's actually Malaysia and also, but ASEAN is moving towards this data versus economic translation. So I know that there's a lot of agencies have been collecting data. We have put investment in ocean observations. Marine data remains fragmented and underutilized. As I go through some of the booth here, the recurring theme is that, oh, doctors, kita collect data, it's all in silo, we cannot share with each other. So it's very common, despite it being a common knowledge, we do not see the opportunities, or we do not see the opportunities for us to actually overcome these challenges. But everyone wants to have data. So it's not just a problem that people are not sharing with us data, it is also the part where we are not sharing data. So perhaps if you start first, then more people will start giving as well. So data often sits with scientific institutions. I am from University of Malaysia Terengganu. I know how it works and how difficult it is to get data, even among lecturers. Disconnected from national accounts, it means that some of us who have projects with agencies, we have to submit, but then perhaps they do not have to share with other researchers or also any stakeholders. And also financing decision, sectoral planning and also financing decision. And we've seen that how Malaysia and most of the country works is that we look at the ocean as sectoral. While we share the same space and it's transboundary, that's why you see a lot of plastic debris floating everywhere, even if you have like the cleanest, most waste management system, but you still got some of this plastic waste. It might not come from your neighborhood, it might come from other place, because again, ocean is a transboundary realm. So we cannot really do it, even fish don't know. Even if you draw a boundary, this jurisdiction belongs to Department of Fisheries, and this jurisdiction belongs to states. Fish doesn't know that, they will just cross that boundaries, and same as plastic. So we need to think, these big brains that Ms. Anne talked about, we need to think how we solve and how we tackle issues in the ocean, because it's a shared space, even when you have your boundaries drawn on the map. So the gap means that investment in ocean science are not fully leveraged to deliver economic or policy outcomes. So this practice, our current practice, leads to siloed data sets across ministries and agencies, missed opportunities in resource allocation and investment, limited recognition for ecosystem service in planning and reporting. So this is like one of the crucial ones, because we are not leveraging on being a mega biodiverse country, because we say it out loud, but it doesn't really show in our sheets, in our balance sheets. So what is ocean accounting? So data, the first part of my title, and then we have ocean accounting. So those are some of the facts and figures. Malaysia, we host of known about like 77% of the known coral species actually can be found in Malaysia. That inclusive of like Peninsula Malaysia and also Sabah and Sarawak. And then we have currently 52 marine protected areas under the federal governments and also states. That is about 5.39%, where we are supposed to protect 10% by 2025, if I'm not mistaken. But now it has revised to 2030. ASEAN has 3 mega biodiverse countries. That's Malaysia, Indonesia, and also Philippines. And did you know that since 1950s, it has already been said that basically 50% of the world reef has already lost. So we are now like 75 years already, and we are still like on the same track. So ocean accounts are a standardized way of organizing key data on the social, economic, environmental aspect of marine ecosystem. So it's everything within that system. And they provide a common framework for organizing this information and tracking changes. So this is the important part, where we want to track change. Either are we doing better or are we doing good? So for example, if you want to lose weight, you need to first know that what's your starting weight, right? Kalau kita nak kurangkan berat badan, kita kena tahu berat badan kita sekarang berapa. Sebab if we don't know, and then I said that, oh, I'm 60, I don't know if I'm actually doing good or I'm doing bad, despite having dieting for like intermittent fasting and so on. So it's the same as our ocean realm as well. We need to know the first condition so that we can track the changes throughout times. So over time, this helped governments and other stakeholders to make better decisions, and this is when we say that the decision backed by data. By combining diverse data sources into one system, so various, that would be environment, that would be social, that would be economic as well. Ocean accounts will help decision makers to see the full picture of marine ecosystem, because again, it's transboundary. And then designed to integrate multiple forms of value, including physical, ecological, social, and cultural, into equal footing. Therefore, it's not only just production from your economic side, that is what the usual GDPs are, but we have also put in ecological and social and cultural, which is the two. Social and cultural are also, there's a lot of studies being done. How do we incorporate this into GDP? Built to be a flexible and modular, so allow them to be adapted to different needs and situations. So what are the key concepts of the ocean accounting? So basically, when we talk about ocean accounting, the foundation would be like the idea of natural capital. So our coral reef, our seagrass, our mangrove, that is our natural capital. So just like financial capital, our natural capital is stock of resources that provide ongoing goods and services. So the keyword again is goods and services. It's not just there for you to look and for you to be happy looking at it, because it's beautiful, but it's also because it provides something. It also provides goods and also services. So for example, mangrove, seagrass, beds, coral reef are all natural capital because they protect the coast, they support fisheries, and also they store carbon. So those are like the three things that I can think about right now. So how does it depend, the dependency on natural capital? For example, if you have a mangrove, it already protects your homes and also infrastructure. But then, if we remove this mangrove, and that's definitely with climate change and so on, and you put a retaining wall, that replacing, it could never replace the mangrove ecosystem. So why do I say this? Because it actually provides services that are used by economic activities and communities. So this is a paper by Sankar, 2023. We are counting the hidden costs of replacing nature. So this is what ocean accounting is doing. So the mangrove itself, its roots, you have like where you can, for food security as well, because you have like some fish over there, mud crabs and so on. And then if you remove this whole thing, what would happen is on, how do I, this one? Yeah, so it's basically this one here on the bottom. It will directly affect the homes of people. So ocean accounting doesn't look at the ocean as how it served the fish, but it looks at the ocean of how it served human. So for example, if coral attenuates the wave, then we could use that as a way of saying that it is protecting the nearest community of storms. And if we remove this coral, what would happen and what is the loss of that particular home? And for that home to be rebuilt, how much does it cost? So that became the value of the coral at that particular place. So it is very much based on the location and also the area of where these mangroves are, of where these corals are, and so on. So it captures the multiple flow. As you can see on the left side, on my left side, there's coral reef and seagrass. What it provides, actually, these values are not being reflected in GDP. What is being captured in GDP is only the one in the red lines, tourism, fisheries, and construction, while coral reefs actually provide a lot more. Wild fish provisioning, coastal protection, recreational services, nursery services. So the quick wins here, what we can do is that, for example, if you have Tun Mustafa Park or like Tun Sakaran, where you already have a lot of tourist activities, you can map out the environmental assets and then link it to the currently available GDP data in the tourism itself. Because most people, when we give a talk, we only say that this is what you need to do, but you don't really give the actual guideline of like 1, 2, 3. So basically the one thing, quick wins for Sabah or for Malaysia itself or for whoever like ASEAN, what you have to do is actually to map your environmental assets. So that would be the first thing. And then you can go on to all the other modules. How do we capture this multiple flow and how do we actually link to this data? So you can see at the very bottom is where you have all this data. And without this data, this ocean accounting could not actually be put cannot be integrated into your GDP. So you need to first develop the ocean accounting part and you have to have all this data. So people might ask, like, if we don't have this data, how do we do it? Well, it's better to start something. And usually when we do these kind of projects or ocean accountings, we try to do it on a smaller scale. The only, currently there's no country yet who has integrated ocean accounts into their GDP, but the first country who would actually do this would be Fiji, because Fiji is quite small and it actually kind of like a pilot project of Indonesia. So Indonesia already have 12 pilot projects and they've done it, but they are only completing like 5 modules. They haven't integrated the whole modules into their GDP. So, well, we can start there because the knowledge and also the tools are available, and we have partnership, for example, with UMT itself is a partnership to Global Ocean Accounting Partnership, and DOSM themselves is also a partner to them. So we already have like people who know how to do it, so we don't have to start from zero. We do have, I mean, from what I see, most of the agencies already have at least some kind of data. So we can start with whatever data that we have. So for example, like environmental data, you can use satellite images to capture where the mangroves are, and perhaps for us coral is a bit difficult, especially with like high turbidity area, but where you have like clear waters, then you can also map your coral reefs. Maldives have done this and they have done quite extensively, and they are going to complete like most of their islands within Maldives itself. So developing OA, ocean accounting, definitely requires an extremely interdisciplinary team. And that also is with Blue Economy. That's why I said that even when I hold this position, it doesn't mean that I'm the expert. It is really one thing that close to my heart, where you don't work alone, you don't work in silo. You have to create an environment, an ecosystem where everyone works together in order for you to achieve something. So this model, and also to achieve this, could really help to for agencies to start talking to each other in order for them to give data and also in order for them to come up with ocean accounting. Some of the people that will be relevant are people in remote sensing, ecologists, natural capital accountant, social scientists, and also economists. And this is the list is not exhaustive, obviously. To simplify, we can always categorize them into three. That is data collector, data compiler, data user. And if I take all of you here, I can straight away sort of like just the policymakers would be data users, the statisticians, the data science would be, for example, data compiler, data collector are usually scientists, surveyors, and also monitoring agencies and so on. And each one of them has a specific purpose. So data collector needs to ensure it's credible, standardized, and also spatially consistent for you to get the certain pixels that you need to. Data compiler would be like to make sure it's organized, harmonized, and also to integrate. So these are like the very key person, because most of us have data collector. In most countries, we have this, but data compiler are the one that's often the big gap within the policy itself. And once you have this, then you can, for data users, they are the policymakers, planners, and also financiers, where they will use Ocean Account to support national development planning, for example, 13 Malaysian Plan, RMK, Malaysia Blue Economy Blueprint, and so on. And then investment decision, and also international commitments, SDGs, BBNJ, and also climate, UNFCCC. So data user would be their role to turn these accounts into action. So this is when you can claim that, yes, so our decisions are backed by data. Okay, so this is just to show, it's very technical, but what I can give you an example is that imagine that this has all the data, it's in layers, and this is important, for example. You can use like a very small area to start and do this by having all this data together, or whatever data that you already have. You can only start with like satellite images if you want to, and then map it in a certain ecosystem assets. And it's best if you have like 2 years of data. So perhaps satellite image of this year, 2025, and 2019 or 2020. And you can then map the changes for each of the pixels, and then you can know that this is where we start and this is where we are now. So we are doing this then to 2022, but now we are getting better. So, you know, people would love to see that, oh, you are actually doing the correct way of like sustainability. So it's a proof of, it's also a way to prove that what you are doing is actually sustainability. Some of the international standards are already there. The one that every nation is using, the System of National Accounts, but we have SEA, which is System of Environmental Economic Accounting. There's 4 pillars under there, and one of the accounts is actually ocean. There's energy, water, and I think, I can't remember the last one, but that's basically, you know, this is statistician would know about this standard. These are the environmental asset, because I'm running out of time, so I'm going to skip it. It's actually, yeah. So an analogy, if you don't still get what I'm trying to say, just imagine if you, obviously everyone here have an account, and if you open your account, you would not just see what's your closing balance. You want to know like what you spend it on. So if we have ocean accounting, what you can do is that you can know the additions and also the reductions. So when you can only manage what you measure, so that doesn't mean, I mean, that would include your marine spatial planning, your ocean industries, and also blue economy. So what we do with ocean data, or like for ocean accounting, you have an opening. For example, in 2022, you've mapped, you have like 20 kilometers square of estuaries. And then at the closing, you'll also get the same thing, 2022. So it means that there's no, the net change in extent, it's 0. It's very basic mathematics here. And then perhaps for mangrove, I think mangrove is one of the very interesting thing that you can see in ocean accounting quite easily, because it's mappable using satellite data. And then when you see that, and also mangrove are the one quite vulnerable. It's very much vulnerable to erosions as well. And lots of mangroves are now also part of development plans, which most of it to eradicate and not to make sure that it's still there. So you can see how much additions and reductions. So in this case, we can see that it's -2. So it means that you are not doing as how good as you want, all right? So perhaps what you have to do then, you have to identify mangrove and start replanting old mangrove that are being removed. So that are some of the maps from Maldives where they have different years, 1996, 2016, and also 2020. It is color-coded with green, yellow, and also red. Okay, I'm about to finish. This is a development in ASEAN member states. So Philippines, just recently in 2024, they have enacted an act, which is Philippines Ecosystem and Natural Capital Accounting Systems. It became a law for them to do this because I think they saw that there's a lot of potential because they are also one of the mega diverse country. And Indonesia, they do it the other way around, where they start their on the ground first. So it's more of like a bottom-up approach. But even when you say bottom, it's like people in the ministry who actually did it. But they do not enact a law yet. So it's two different systems, but both are basically a bit more on the frontier than we are. So Indonesia has a very good, I think like they have already 12 pilot projects, and they have like their own dashboard for this ocean accounting. So key takeaway, from data to decisions, the value of ocean accounting, it integrates diverse data, turns complexity into clarity. This is really important for policymakers and decision makers, bridges science and policy. So ocean accounting basically turns marine data into trusted evidence and ensuring decisions today secure both economic growth and also ocean sustainability for tomorrow. You can also scan the QR code for you to read the latest Global Ocean Account Partnership. And actually, Sabah, I would also like for you to perhaps be a member in GoUp so that you can have access to all of this and also have access to the knowledge and also the tools for you to start creating your own ocean account, and perhaps it can be reflected then like to the nation. So I think you have a great potential to start at state level as you have a lot of environmental assets, and also perhaps in terms of data, it's the best time for you to like communicate between agencies. So I think that's all from me. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to Dr. Khaira Ismail, Timbalan Pengarah Pusat Pemajuan Ekonomi Biru, Beacon University Malaysia, Terengganu. Baik, yang bahagia, Doktor, mohon kekal beratas pentas, dan sebagai tanda penghargaan, kita ingin mempersilakan yang berbahagia, Datuk Rosmadi bin Datuk Sulai, Ketua Pegawai Penyelaras Sekretariat Sabah Maju Jaya, untuk menyampaikan cenderahati kepada yang berbahagia, Dr. Khaira Ismail, yang telah pun menyampaikan perkongsian di sidang pleno ketiga sebentar tadi. Dipersilakan. Sekali lagi kita berikan tepukan yang gemuruh kepada Dr. Khaira Ismail, Timbalan Pengarah Pusat Pemajuan Ekonomi Biru, Universiti Malaysia, Terengganu. Baiklah hadirin sekalian, kita akan teruskan selepas ini. Namun terlebih dahulu kita berikan laluan untuk sesi jamuan makan tengah hari. Kembali semula ke dalam Dewan ini pada pukul 2.30 petang dengan menampilkan sidang pleno yang keempat. Semestinya telah pun bersama dengan kita dari awal pagi lagi. Itu dia yang berbahagia Datuk Dr. Maklarin bin Lakim, Pengarah Lembaga Pemegang Amanah Taman Sabah. Namun begitu, kita berehat seketika. Kita sama-sama nikmati jamuan makan tengah hari yang telah pun disediakan dan kembali semula ke dalam Dewan ini sebelum 2.30 petang. Baik hadirin dan hadirat yang dihormati sekalian, kita akan mulakan sesi sebelah petang sebentar saja lagi. Oleh itu dijemput para tetamu, div-div jemputan untuk masuk semula ke dalam dewan ini. Sebelum sidang pleno yang seterusnya, kita mulakan. Baik, kita lalukan perhadirin dahulu untuk masuk ke dalam dewan ini. Kita akan mulakan sebentar saja lagi sidang pleno yang keempat, di mana kita akan menampilkan seorang lagi speaker jemputan untuk berkongsi topik yang akan diketengahkan di pentas utama. Baik, kita ingin menjemput tetamu untuk penuhkan dahulu ruang tempat duduk di barisan hadapan. Terima kasih. Baik, hadirin sekalian, waktu petang adalah waktu yang agak mencabar ya. Apa-apa program saya pasti. Hari ini kita berkampung di sini untuk hari yang pertama for our third ASEAN Blue Economy Forum 2025 exhibition, dan seketika saja nanti sejurus isyarat diberikan, kita akan teruskan dengan sidang pleno yang keempat. Baiklah, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat kembali semula ke dalam Dewan Sipadan SICC Kota Kinabalu untuk sidang petang bersama dengan kami, semestinya Third ASEAN Blue Economy Forum 2025 Exhibition. Dan awal pagi tadi sebenarnya kita telah pun menyaksikan 3 sidang pleno, dan untuk sesi di sebelah petang ini kita akan teruskan dengan sidang pleno yang keempat. Namun terlebih dahulu kita perkenalkan speaker yang akan dipertanggungjawabkan untuk berada di atas pentas. Beliau merupakan seorang yang cukup tidak asing lagi di negeri Sabah dan mendapat pendidikan awal di Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia Kuala Lumpur, memulakan kerjaya pada tahun 1991 sebagai pembantu penyelidik di kawasan pemeliharaan Danum Valley, Sabah. Pada Jun 1992, beliau menyertai Taman-Taman Sabah sebagai pengurus taman yang berpangkalan di Taman Pulau Penyu, Sandakan, Sabah. Seterusnya dilantik sebagai pegawai penyelidik di Taman Kinabalu pada tahun 1994. Dan sebagai seorang penyelidik, beliau melanjutkan pengajian dan memperoleh ijazah sarjana dalam pengurusan biodiversity dari Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia pada tahun 1998 serta dianugerahkan ijazah Doktor Falsafah PhD dalam ekologi primat dari Universiti Malaysia Sabah pada tahun 2008. Dan sejak Januari 2020, beliau memegang jawatan sebagai pengarah Taman-Taman Sabah serta telah memiliki beberapa pengalaman menghadiri seminar antarabangsa seperti World Park Congress, Sydney 2014, World Conservation Congress, Honolulu 2016, Asia Conservation Forum, Islamabad 2019, Asia Park Congress, Sabah 2022, World Tourism Conference, Sabah 2022, UNEP Convention on Biological Diversity, COP15, Montreal 2022, Saudi Arabian Protected Areas Forum, HIMA 2024 dan juga World Protected Area Leaders Forum di Finland pada tahun lalu, 2024. Baiklah, seterusnya tanpa melengahkan masa, majlis ingin mempersilakan Datuk Dr. McLaren bin Lakim, Pengarah Lembaga Pemegang Amanah Taman-Taman Sabah. Dipersilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Terima kasih Puan Subira, sahabat lama. Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera, salam Sabah Maju Jaya, salam Malaysia Madani. The Honorable Datuk yang berbahagia Datuk Nurlija binti Haji Danin, Deputy State Secretary Administration. The Honorable Datuk Haji Datuk Rosmadi Datuk Sulai, Chief Coordinating Officer Sabah Maju Jaya, Secretariat SSMJ. The Honorable Datuk Ramli bin Karya yang berbahagia, itu Chief Operating Officer Sabah Maju Jaya, Secretariat. Yang berbahagia Datuk Fred Kugan, Chief Conservator of Forest Sabah. Permanent Secretaries, Head of Departments and Agencies, both state and federal. Distinguished plenary speakers, ladies and gentlemen, you are the hero. The challenge of presenting a paper, number one, is preparing the PowerPoints. The second is to attract the audiences to come over to do listening. But I feel quite lucky today, and the assurances given by Datuk Ramli that this session is recorded as YouTube, so I think shall be very important. So this is my presentation, Marine Conservation Zones, the cornerstone of a resilient blue economy. So since yesterday, I think this is more about the implementation rather than theory. And I will share the perspective of the Sabah Parks, what we are doing according to the what called blue economy. So this is the content of my talk. I used to prepare in the shape of a triangle, and then I colored in orange, emulating pizza to create our hunger for knowledge. So I will talk about the 50 years ago, we have one marine park in Sabah, 51 years ago exactly. And then I will talk about the Sabah Parks preservation, marine parks of Sabah, marine resource, blue economy, know what we conserve, we have to know that, how to do that in terms of conservation, how to monetizing all the marine resources that we have here, and preservation for 1,000 years for the people, especially for Sabah, Malaysia, and globally. So the blue economy resiliency, what is our role actually? Ladies and gentlemen, do you aware that water is the driving force of all nature? That was a quotation from the Leonardo da Vinci, the painter of Mona Lisa portrait. So for the introduction, as previous speakers, we are very lucky. The Sabah, the northern part of Borneo localities, we are located right in the middle of the very rich area in whatever terms, whether it in physically or biologically, culturally, or economically, probably. So this also have been presented by none other than Datuk yang berbahagia Datuk Rosmadi during yesterday session about the positioning of the Sabah, and especially for Sabah in the context of Malaysia, we have the shallowest water in the northern part of Sabah in Pitas, as well as the deepest part of the sea that we have here in Malaysia, in Sipadan Island. So we have also the 3 seas, the richness of Sabah also in terms of the type of seas. We have the South China, the Sulawesi Sea. So this is also the virtue of our place in terms of marine area, where we are located right in the central part of the Coral Triangle Initiative for the coral reef, for the fisheries management, as well as for the food security in marine, blue economy food security. The Coral Triangle Initiative has been launched in 2008, more than 14 years ago, and Sabah Parks has played a very important role in the marine protected area, especially in Malaysia, as a part of the 6 countries in this Coral Triangle Initiative. So who we are, the Sabah Parks Preservation, who Sabah Parks? We are actually an amphibious agency. We are semi-government agencies under the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Environment of Sabah. We are amphibious agency, dua alam in Malay. We are amphibious agency because we get into the mountain, the land, as well as we get into the sea. So we are like frogs. We are amphibious agency, meaning you imagine our challenge, both on inland as well as in the sea. So now we have 3 terrestrial parks and 6 marine parks. And all in all, according to the size of the area, the green is our park. We started our career, Sabah Parks career in Sabah as when Mount Kinabalu, formerly Mount Kinabalu Forest Reserve, we gazetted that as Mount Kinabalu Park in 1964, about 61 years ago, we have existed. But later we only have a marine park when we gazette Tunku Abdul Rahman Park in 1974, 10 years later, meaning that we are now 51 years of having one marine park, and the first marine park in Malaysia. So this is the Sabah Parks, the semi-government agencies under the Ministry of Tourism, Culture, and Environment. We have about 700 staff, 6 divisions, 9 parks. With emolument less than 40%, we do that. And we have divided into teams of management. We have actually the board of trustees, policy maker of our organization, because we are lembaga, we are board of trustees. Not even making money agency, we are about trusted to protect, to conserve the parks, whether it inland or in marine. And we have the management team of 700 people, more or less, here. And this is our strategic planning. Since long time ago, in 1992, we have prepared the management and development plan for Sabah Park, how we manage park, the approach utilized to manage this park. And in 2009, we renewed that management and development plan into when we like to construct a strategic plan internally. And we launched that strategic planning in 2014, launched as a strategic planning 2015 and 2025. We have implemented that in 2 phases. Phase 1 during the Mount Kinabalu earthquake. When you launch the plan, the earthquake come. So another first challenge or hurdle, how to get that to go through. And the second phase we continue in 2020, and then come COVID-19 pandemic. Another challenge for us to make that plan moving forward. But do you know, today, 2025, is the last month or days of this strategic planning. And what was the conclusion of this strategic planning? And generally, in Sabah Parks, we are happy that we have attained, we have get the vision that people of Sabah live in harmony with nature. That people now aware of the importance of our parks, marine, as well as the land. So we have carried out like the tropical system research excellence, nature, hotspot tourism, exciting nature education. We have conducted the world-class park management when we managed to get the Asia Parks Congress into Kota Kinabalu with the support of Datuk Pred. Thank you, Datuk Pred. During the Asia Park Congress session, we have followed the instructions of the Sabah state government for the digitalization of our all data, all the management, as well as the financially strong. We have to strengthen our financial situation in year 2023. And finally, this year, we concluded this plan with the symbiotic harmony with stakeholders, which is very relevant to the idea of blue economy that we are talking about since this week, for example. So basically, we have attained the people of Sabah live in harmony with nature. So this is the Marine Park, Tunku Abdul Rahman Park, gazetted in 1974. And we expand actually in 1979 to include the 3 smiling islands of this one. Originally, the Tunku Abdul Rahman Park, the first marine park in Malaysia, is only here. And then in 1979, we extend southward to include these 3 smiling islands. Smiling island because when you fly from the airplane, this is the eyes, this is the smiling. Downward. So I continue. So this is the marine parks of Sabah. I think the second marine park is Turtle Islands Park. And we will celebrate the 48 years of gazettement tomorrow. Tomorrow. So we gazetted in 1977, 1st October 1977. Tomorrow will be this park 48 years of gazettement. Imagine we still continuing receiving a lot of turtles every night. Minimal 14 individual of turtles come ashore into the beaches of this Silingan Island here. Without many hurdles or many challenges, actually many of that. So the interesting part of this park is in 1996, Malaysia, combined with the Philippines, we signed an agreement, multilateral agreement, that we construct Turtle Island Heritage Protected Area in 1996 until now, and without ending. As far as the moon and stars around, this multilateral agreement will continue. And do you know, we're still continuing communicating with the Philippine side of this? Yes, we are still doing that. We have 3 tiny islands in Malaysia, this one, and they have 6 bigger islands in the Philippines, all in the South China Sea. We like to manage the marine turtle of the Sulu Sea. And that is, I think, the importance which is according to the relevancy of the transboundary protected area, especially when you talk about conserving the blue economy issues. And this is our youngest park, Tun Mustafa Park, gazetted in 2016, 9 years ago, with total area almost 1 million hectare or 898,000 hectares, covering 50 islands, and more than 80,000 people stay inside. We call this as a modern park because the total islands and Tunku Abdul Rahman has 0 human being inside, 0. No human being inside except park rangers. But for this, especially the modern park of Tun Mustafa Park, we have 80,000 people inside. One species, Homo sapiens. We, all of us here. And do you know what Homo sapiens do? They are naughty species. All of us here, Homo sapiens, we are naughty species. We like to do something that are not in line with the nature. So we have to manage that. I will talk you how to do that. I tell you how to do that. This is the map of the Tun Mustafa Park. This is the original shape. But actually, we divided into this kind of things here. And we divided into multiple zones. We have the 7 management zones. Among others is like the commercial fishing area here, and the community use zone, the orange area, surrounding the parks as well as the coastal area. And we have the multiple use zone of the blue, this one, the blue. And the most important thing to Sabah Park's interest is the green zone, the preservation zone, that we want to preserve the coral reef inside this big area of sea, which is the green zones here. We have about 38 green zones inside these parks. And that is our challenge. And we are ahead of the world, I think, because during the World Conservation Congress in Honolulu, Hawaii, United States, IUCN only declare that our future protected area can accommodate human being inside. But we in Malaysia, we are already doing this. And do you know, earlier than this, in 2004, we have gazetted Tun Sakaran Marine Park in Simporna, also with human being inside that park. So we are very right ahead of the global intention of how we would like to construct our protected area, especially the marine area globally. So we are happy with that. And all the green zone here is actually the sanctuary of the shark. And do you know, while we are talking up here in the SICC, do you know that this fish, the largest species of fish in the world, is actually around us here? The fish is swimming around us because this fish appear in Pulau Gaya Island. Now, so we are very lucky because the biggest species of fish of the world is only on our hotel doorstep. So imagine this. We are very lucky, and we are happy with that. We will continue conserving this together. So marine natural resources, what we have been doing since about 61 years ago, or for the marine park 51 years ago, we do the in situ protection of no-take zone area. ex situ giant clam, for example. We also do the ex situ conservation, enforcement, research and monitoring, that we have to know what we are doing through the research and education monitoring, as well as the coral rehabilitation and public awareness and education through engagement of the local communities as well as the school children. We have what we call a junior park rangers program to inculcate among the school children throughout Sabah as well as the countries of the importance of preserving our natural resources, including the marine area. So that is a public awareness as well as the community engagement. Okay. So this is the result of our data. Sometimes we don't like to share, according to the previous speakers, but I think we have to be open on this because the data like this already published in the annual report, di laporan tahunan. So but our data is not actually limited to this because we have another physical aspects. We have the cultural aspect. We have the chemical aspect. The other matters about this. So since the bell already ring, I go fast. So this is the marine habitat and ecosystem. That marine ecosystem that we protect is here. And then that reef will be enjoyed by reef fish. They will breeding. The fishes like us, when they are home housing, we will breed. And similarly for the fish, they will do the same. And then they generate offsprings. Many spillover fishes like this one. And the naughty fishes will go out of the park and then happen to caught by the local fishermen. And that is the importance of the park. Actually, we do not just prevent people eating fish, but we more like creating fish, creating more new generation of fish, then we can have fish for our lunch, for our dinner tonight, for example. So I go past, this is the marine residents, like the turtle, like the coconut crab, like the manta ray, the beautiful one. We have difficulties to see this now, as well as the coconut crab. Not many of us have been seeing this coconut crab, but we are lucky because we preserve Sipadan Island, and this is the community of Sipadan Island when we get into the forest of Sipadan Island. So this is the traditional livelihood, a long list of challenges. I don't have to brief that because all of us have heard about the traditional livelihood, the destructive and sustainable fishing methods. And at the state level, I think since 10 years ago, we have a state level committee now headed by the Department of Fisheries handling these issues. And we together sitting in that committee to find the best way how to prevent this. And this is a challenging kind of our livelihood. And other challenges like climate change issues, the beach erosion, even for turtles in Silingan Island here, their nesting beach is actually under threat because of the beach erosion, where the islands become smaller and smaller, threatening the marine turtle, where they lay their eggs when there is no longer suitable beaches that they like. And how to do the conservation? Like in Sipadan, we limit the number of tourists to get there in order to protect the beautiful of the beach, and the law enforcement, the habitat restoration like this one, including the coral reef restoration in Tun Mustafa Park recently in Kudat. And then we monetizing the marine resources, where throughout Sabah, I think we have more than 1,000 dive sites in marine parks, especially the Tun Sakaran Marine Park and Darwal Bay, apart from the Sipadan Island, and many more sites like this. We'll get into that later. And of course, the turtle, this threatened species of mangrove, Bruguera hanitsii, said to be extinct already, but suddenly appear on Manukan Island. We are very happy in 2017. This very interesting mangrove tree. And ecotourism, every year we receive about 1,700 visitors, or 80% of the tourists get into Sabah visited parks. This is the ecotourism activities. So this is the preservation for people. We are in Sabah parks. We are still not happy because according to us, our number of marine parks still limited. But we want to expand the MPS in Sabah. Now is 7.4%. We want to increase into 13% according to ACE target, as well as the necessary the requirement of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, where in year 2030 we will have 30% of our marine area protected as MPA. So we have this list of dream like Davao Bay, Mangalum, Mantanani, Tambisan Island, Ligitan Island. So in conclusion, marine conservation zones, MCZ, obviously is a cornerstone of sustainable development for the resilient economy, the resilient blue economy. And do you know, ladies and gentlemen, water is in the driving force of all nature, according to Leonardo da Vinci. I thank you.
Okay, let's give a big round of applause to Mr. Datuk Dr. Maglarin bin Lakim, Director of Sabah Parks. Thank you so much, Datuk. Any questions? Kalau ada soalan, mungkin kita boleh ambil satu soalan sahaja sebelum... Okey, baik. Sebelum kita teruskan dengan sidang pleno yang seterusnya. Baik, isyarat mungkin memandangkan masa pun agak mencemburui. Oleh itu sekali lagi kita berikan tepukan yang gemuruh kepada yang berbahagia Datuk Dr. Maglarin bin Lakim, Pengarah Lembaga Pemegang Amanah Taman Sabah, dan sebagai penghargaan kepada yang berbahagia Datuk, sekali lagi majlis ingin menjemput yang berbahagia Datuk Rosmadi bin Datuk Sulai untuk menyampaikan cenderahati kepada speaker sidang pleno yang keempat, yang mana yang berbahagia Datuk Maglarin telah pun menyampaikan tajuk Marine Conservation Zones, the cornerstone of a resilient blue economy. Sekali lagi terima kasih diucapkan. Thank you so much for being here with us. Baik hadirin dan hadirat yang dihormati sekalian, let's proceed to our next speaker. Terlebih dahulu, izinkan kami untuk memperkenalkan speaker yang kelima. Yang berbahagia, Datuk Frederick Kugan is a forester by profession, having graduated from University Pertanian Malaysia (UPM) and from New Brunswick University, Canada. He has been with the Sabah Forestry Department since the year 1987 and had served in various positions in the Planning Division and District Forest Offices over the years. He is currently the Chief Conservator of Forests. Datuk Frederick Kugan was the Project Director of the recently completed EU RED project entitled Tackling Climate Change Through Sustainable Forest Management and Community Development. In addition, he was also involved in the facilitation and implementation of several conservation initiatives, projects such as the Heart of Borneo Initiative, the Forest Plantation Transformation Plan, and the upcoming Food Systems, Land Use and Restoration Impact Program, FOLER, in Sabah. Datuk Frederick Kugan is also the co-chair of the Jurisdictional Certification Steering Committee, GCSC, a multi-stakeholder steering committee that spearheads the implementation of the Sabah Jurisdictional Certified Sustainable Palm Oil, JCSPO initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome yang berbahagia Datuk Frederick Kugan, Ketua Konservator Hutan Jabatan Perhutanan Sabah.
Thank you, Madam MC. Kalau Dr. Melakarin, kawan lama, saya kawan baru ni ya. A very good afternoon to all. Salam sejahtera, salam Malaysia Madani dan Sabah Maju Jaya. To yang berbahagia Datuk Nurlijah binti Damin, Deputy State Secretary Administration, yang berbahagia Datuk Rosmadi, Datuk Sulai, the CEO, COO, Chief Coordinating Officer for SSMJ, and Honorable yang berbahagia lah Datuk Ramli, ya, Chief Operating Officer, Permanent Secretary, Head of Departments, agencies, both state, federal, distinguished plenary speakers, ladies and gentlemen. My task this afternoon is to tell you about mangrove. Yeah, probably not many realize how important mangrove plays in our daily lives, but of course within this context today, which is the blue economy. In fact, it is one of the, it is small, I would consider small building blocks, but then it is a very important blocks for the blue economy concept. Well, firstly, I think I would like to express my great pleasure this afternoon. It is difficult to make you awake, but I will try. Probably it's best that maybe I'll keep my presentation short if I can, and then allow some Q&A. I think that's more. But then again, I would like to start first. In any function, I would like to begin by giving a broader perspective about conservation in Sabah. I think you know very well, we have about 7.4 million hectares in Sabah. About the terrestrial, it's not about the marine or the islands or the waters. I know water is important, but then terrestrial is so important for human. This is where we reside, we live in. So, Sabah still has about 63% still underforested. About 4.6 million hectares, yeah? And then out of that, since under the Sabah Forest Policy 2018, I think we have increased our totally protected areas to 2.2 million to be achieved by 2025. Yeah? And this is also very much in line with the Sabah Maju Jaya plan. And to date, we have about 2 million hectares, about 27 that have been legally gazetted. So we are still there. Why am I saying this? Because we have to look at the broader perspective where the forests are, and mangrove is in fact part of this. So this is in fact, mangrove is also contributed to the conservation initiative in the state. And I've always said that forest is the pillars to many economies. If you look at the leaf, surrounded the leaves are all the industries that are supported by forests. Of course, it started out traditionally by forest and forest industry, where once upon a time we look upon the timber as the main source. It is still one of the important sources. But then again, I think because of the function of forest and so forth, it supported many others, tourism and so forth. So if you look at this context, in fact, it is very much the pillars to many economies based in Sabah. Yeah, and probably I would just like to highlight here, what about mangrove and fisheries? That's it. So, having said that, I think Sabah is quite fortunate. We have the largest mangrove ecosystem in Malaysia, yeah, covering about 365,000 hectares. I think the one in the bulletin, the flyer, I think that's the statistic for the whole Malaysia. So in fact, we have about 60% of mangrove in Malaysia. I think that's quite big. And 90% of these forests are still very much intact. And I'm proud to say here that I think about 308,000 hectares are already legally protected under the various forest reserve classes. Yeah? They are either in class 1 right up to class 7. So they are already legally protected. But I would like to highlight here, there are remaining about 60,000 hectares of mangrove elsewhere that could be protected. So these areas that may fall under land ownership or under other category, it could be under state land. So we do foresee that maybe some of these areas could be further identified and maybe can be reverted back for conservation purpose. So I think conservation of mangroves remains high on Sabah conservation agenda, and I think that is evidenced by the numerous laws and policies. I think if you look at the whole list here, in fact, most of the list, maybe if you type Google, you touch mangrove, I think it has touches on mangrove. Emphasize that how mangrove is very important in many of these laws, at the same time in all the policies, the mangroves. So, and additionally, a strategic framework, namely the Sabah Mangrove Action Plan, the 2004, I think this was launched in 2024 by the Right Honourable Chief Minister of Sabah last year, in conjunction with our 20th Malaysian Forestry Conference. It embedded very important 7 strategies, and of course targets to be highlighted, as highlighted in the Sabah Mangrove Action Plan. And I think notably one of the strategic outline is the Strategic 4. By 2033, I think the vulnerable mangrove areas are protected and climate resilient. So I think this is very much in line, closely with the theme of our forum today. So I would like to highlight maybe another Strategy 4. The mangrove ecosystem functions such as mitigating climate change, natural barriers, nursery for fish, carbon sink, stabilization of coastal areas, etc. I think all this need to be improved through a state adaptation and mitigation plan. So here we are, we already have a plan that have identified mangrove as a crucial resource and that need to be protected. And even at the Strategy 4, it highlighted some of the actions or strategies that need to be undertaken. So if there is any project proponent, proposals on blue economy, businesses and so forth, I think this is an area that must be considered. So this, of course, this will also help communities dependent on mangrove to become climate resilient. So the 2 action plans under this strategy are, in fact, to develop plans to enhance resilience of vulnerable mangrove areas to climate change impacts, and also to conduct research to address how to enhance the resilience of communities dependent on mangrove areas. So right now we have about 300,000 hectares of mangrove protected under forest reserve. For the next plan, action in a nutshell is that we must have a proper management plan on how these areas to be managed and so forth. And of course, by doing so, I think we will just like to highlight that I already highlighted what are the crucial role of mangroves. In fact, it dealt with mitigating climate change. It supports a diverse range of organisms. I think Dr. McLaren have already highlighted some of them, and they have supported diverse wildlife, proboscis, even crocodiles. Yeah, it serves as a natural buffer against storms, surge, and so forth. Provide food source, and more so of late promoting nature-based tourism. So these are all important aspects. And there are many efforts that have been undertaken by Forest Department. These are just some of them in terms of restoration of mangrove and so forth. And our work in terms of mangrove restoration has started way back in 2000, early 2000, under Rancangan Malaysia 8, right to now, even now, rehabilitation, not only from the federal government, we also reach out to our partners in Japan, which have been signed recently in the Expo, in the and with ISME, for example. So restoration works ongoing, because doesn't mean that we have the resource, doesn't mean that we have a good, they're in good condition. Some, in fact, we captured back because of issues, because of threats, and then now we have restored. So I think this is an ongoing effort. I think part of that, in order. And besides that, of course, there's a lot of other efforts in terms of, as I mentioned earlier, putting them under proper management, yeah, and what sort of activities. And also, of late, we have been receiving proposals to look at how carbon financing can play a role in terms of conserving these important resources. So, there are many other threats. There are threats that are affecting mangrove. I just like to enlist that some, of course, there's some conversion to agriculture, if not done properly. There's infrastructure development. There is issue of tangar extraction, yeah, illegal, unsustainable agriculture, human settlements, yeah, and of course, climate change. These are not new. These are threats that have been identified when we have come up with the Sabah Mangrove Action Plan. And by having identified that, I think it is very important that these are the areas that need to be addressed. Because when we talk about blue economy, and what has been defined by World Bank, I think it's a sustainable use of ocean and coastal resources. So what we hear is that if we have to come up with sustainable use, then first we must know what we have. And then we have to look at, okay, what are the management prescription or intervention that need to be undertaken in order to ensure that the forests maintain, stay. Yeah. So there's a lot. And we see that mangrove contributes a lot into any blue economy. And as I mentioned earlier, I would not repeat, for example, like coastal protection, in the area of fisheries, in the area of carbon sequestration. Mangrove sequestered, I think, 4 times better than other forest types. Okay, 4 times better. So that's why that makes carbon project proposals, for example, initiative, quite interesting, attractive. Even though small, but then they captured 4 more times than any other forest. In terms of sustainable ecotourism, and of course, biodiversity conservation, and addressing water quality, yeah, livelihood of community resilience, and of course, continuous R&D. So, before I end my speech, I think I'm within my time. I think maybe I would just like to spend a few more minutes about, again, forest on a broader perspective. Having mangrove as a forest resource, it cannot run away from threats that I have mentioned earlier. So what we are dealing on, how we deal with in the forestry department is that we look at conservation next. What does it mean, conservation next means to us? I think it is all about rationalization of land use. Okay? We have a lot of mangrove areas. So we may have to look at, okay, where best mangrove areas that need to be protected and spotted, conserved. So we need to identify more areas, because some of these areas may not be suitable for economic activities. It is better to be reserved as for conservation. So we have to do that. So whatever we have is still, it does not carve on stone, it can be changed. So we have to be practical, pragmatic approach, and then look at where are the high conservation forests left. So here, as far as mangrove is concerned, we are indeed looking at, for example, where are the 60,000 hectares left? Yeah, where are the best? This could be protected and so forth. Yeah, and that's why if we were to protect that, then we land swap and so forth. There will be rationalized land use, and of course we adopt the concept of no net loss, whereby if there's any other development that affect pristine area, forest like mangrove like this, so they will be charged a hefty amount of charges, for example. I'm just stating, like, for example, if you were to convert 1 hectare into other development, in fact, we charge 250,000 ringgit per hectare. That is something like that, is to prevent, for example, to minimize forest loss, or even, I think 250,000 per hectare is nothing much if you compare in the long run on how the forest or the ecosystem support. And of course, we expand the scope of total protected areas, like I mentioned earlier, including the OECM, other effective, or even community conserve areas. We couple a mainstream of conservation with other sectors. Yeah. So when we talk about conservation of mangrove or conservation of forests, we talk about mainstreaming these efforts into other sectors, agriculture and so forth. Because we cannot protect our forests without having to deal with what's happening in the buffer. So I think the same concept if in any blue economies initiative. And last, I think the second last is that in any whatever projects, I think it is very important to think about the community livelihood. Yeah? Like mangrove itself, we are all surrounded by community. There's so many communities adjacent and so forth that rely on mangrove. Some may not know that they encroach into mangrove. So we have to educate them. You have to give them alternative livelihood, etc., etc. So talking about managing forests now is not only talking about timber. It's not only talking about balak. It's about the whole concept of sustainable forest management. And we talk about mangrove, it's also talking about community as such. So don't be surprised, Forestry Department is also dealing with community services. So we are branching out because the concept of conservation is not only about protecting and so forth, but it's also about managing what happened in the buffer. And last but not least is that many people ask me, you keep so much forest in Sabah, 50%, almost 50% under Forestry Department. Then what are the big questions? How do you pay for it? So we must make sure that conservation pays. So it is not cheap to protect forests, even the mangrove itself. It is not cheap. With my very minor, small salary lah, like Dr. Makaran say 40%. So in fact, Forestry Department every year requires at least 100 million just to protect and manage the forest. And that's not enough. But what more to develop? If we were to develop initiative, that's why we need partners and so forth. So we need collaboration. And I think it's very important how to make conservation pays in the long run. And it is very crucial here because the sustainability of an area and so forth in the future, I think will depend on how best we address all these issues that I've raised. So in a nutshell, Conservation Next is, as envisaged, is about reaching out to the people, especially the local communities, to educate them about forest conservation and what are the benefits it brings and contribute to the socio-economic activities, including agriculture, plantation, and as they relied upon for their livelihood. And I think unlocking these potentials will bring about greater conservation outcomes. And I think it is hoped that this approach will make society more receptive towards any conservation efforts or could eventually take lead in forest protection and help contribute towards maintaining and achieving Sabah conservation targets and commitments. That is to save the greatest good for the greatest number in the long run, creating lasting benefits for the future generation for a brighter tomorrow. I end my speech today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yang Berbahagia, Datuk Frederick Kugan. I think we still have another maybe 5 more minutes if Datuk want to proceed with a Q&A session.
If no question, I'll just say something lah. Okay, I see one question of the.
Assalamualaikum, selamat petang semua.
Petang.
Datuk, thank you very much for the very informative presentation. I'm Nabila from UITM, researcher and lecturer. Okay, my question, Datuk, saya pun baru tahu yang Sabah has the largest hutan bakau di Malaysia, 60% datang daripada Sabah. My question, maybe questions. Okay, first, dengan keluasan hutan bakau di Sabah ni, macam mana kita memastikan hutan bakau ni boleh memberi pulangan ekonomi kepada komuniti agar umbi dan apakah cabaran dia dan any success story in Sabah yang kita berjaya, hutan bakau ni berjaya memberi pulangan kepada grassroots communities. Terima kasih Datuk.
Ya, terima kasih atas soalan tu. I think very much relevant seperti mana yang saya telah nyatakan tadilah. Untuk mengurus kawasan bakau ni dia mempunyai banyak cabaran, threats and so forth lah. Dan dalam pada itu ada juga memberi pulangan kepada community. Dan since we have huge area of mangrove, I think the Sabah Mangrove Action Plan in fact has detailed out lah. Telah pun memperturunkan lah. Semua ada strategies and action. Bagaimana di sumber ni boleh diurus bagi membawa benefit lah. Ya. Dan ini, I think there are quite a number. Terdapat juga beberapa projek lah di mana kawasan wetlands ataupun kawasan bakau seumpama telah pun diurus dan mungkin juga melibatkan community lah sebagai contoh. One example, for example di Pinsupu, bukan juga bakau tetapi ada wetlands. Ada kaitan dengan coastal. Di keadaan Ramsar, for example, di Lower Kinabatangan, meliputi kawasan, merupakan satu success story juga. Dari segi di mana merupakan Ramsar, merupakan satu Lower Kinabatangan ni, melibatkan mangrove, juga merupakan Ramsar yang terbesar di Malaysia, dan dia meliputi pelbagai aktiviti di mana melibatkan community di sana. I think that's one example lah. Saya harap saya telah menjawab soalan yang telah dibangkitkan lah. Tapi rujuk pada SMAP, di mana kebanyakan aktiviti dan strategi telah pun diperturunkan lah. Telah pun untuk dilaksanakan. Menjelang 2033, I think mungkin kita mempunyai. Dan kalau dari segi sukses restorasi, ada juga sukses restorasi. In fact, one of the kejayaan, for example, kita telah wujudkan pulau baru, pulau bakau baru di Western. Sebagai contoh, hanya dengan menanam, dengan pelibatan daripada Jepun, for example. So, these are some example lah, success story, dan kita akan perlu apa ni. Okay, terima kasih. Ada lagi soalan?
Okay, maybe last question. Kalau ada, ya, Datuk.
Ya, jadi kalau tiada, mungkin saya ingin mengambil kesempatan di sini untuk mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih ke atas pulang ni. Dan fikirkanlah, I think mangrove jangan lupa pulang kamu fikirkan pasal mangrove. Ianya sememangnya mempunyai peranan yang besar, walaupun kecil tetapi besar dalam inisiatif blue economy lah. Because if you talk about sustainable coastal resources, then you have to talk about the sustainable management of the coastal resources that include mangrove itself. And mangrove, seperti yang telah saya bangkitkan tadi, I think it is a source of life to the food, fisheries and so forth semua ni. So you cannot do without. So it has to be addressed holistically. If you come up with blue economy initiative on fisheries related, so you must incorporate that. So it has to be a holistic approach. I think with that, thank you very much.
Thank you so very much Yang Berbahagia Datuk Frederick Kugan, the Chief Conservator of Forest, for the insightful presentation, dan kami harapkan semua yang telah dikongsikan menjawab soalan yang dikemukakan oleh Yang Berbahagia Profesor Dr. Nabila seperti tadi. Baik, sebagai tanda penghargaan, majlis menjemput Yang Berbahagia Datuk Nurlijah binti Haji Danin, Timbalan Setiausaha Kerajaan Negeri Pentadbiran, untuk menyampaikan cendera hati kepada Yang Berbahagia Datuk Frederick Kugan. Dipersilakan. Terima kasih juga kita ucapkan kepada Yang Berbahagia Datuk Nurlijah atas kesudian untuk memberikan sokongan kepada penganjuran The Third ASEAN Blue Economy Forum 2025 Exhibition. Terima kasih diucapkan sekali lagi. Silakan Yang Berbahagia Datuk untuk kembali semula ke kerusi utama. Pak hadirin sekalian, sebelum kita teruskan dengan sesi sidang pleno yang terakhir, mungkin ada sedikit iklan di sini ingin kami kongsikan. Jangan lupa untuk memberikan sokongan kepada Reruai yang menjual produk IKS dan Mutiara yang turut terlibat dalam menjayakan acara pada hari ini dan juga esok, serta produk IKS kraft tangan yang terletak di luar Dewan. Kita sama-sama sokong. Manalah tahu ada yang berkenan di hati untuk kita miliki selepas ini. Baik, seterusnya, without further ado, let's proceed to our final PLENO session of the day. And our next speaker, our last speaker actually for today, dengan pengalaman 20 years of experience in business and public sector transformation, consultancy, strategic planning, project management, performance management, monitoring and evaluation, and stakeholder engagement, designed, developed, and implemented national transformation plans and managed operations across projects locally, federal and state governments of Malaysia, and internationally, South Africa. PNL driven by securing more than RM17 million worth of contracts, businesses for the firm. Hadirin sekalian, let's welcome Encik Nazri bin Ni Abdul Rahman, Senior Director of Strategic Services, Unit Peneraju Agenda Bumi Putra, Teraju.
Yes. Technical issue. Ada 2 salutations right now, so I believe it's the latest. Huh? Okay. All right. Thank you, Mistress of Ceremony. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honourable Datuk Nurlijah binti Haji Danin, Deputy State Secretary Administration. The Honourable Datuk Haji Datuk Rosmadi Datuk Sulai, Chief Coordinating Officer, Sabah Maju Jaya Secretariat. The Honourable Datuk Ramli bin Hariah, Chief Operating Officer, Sabah Maju Jaya Secretariat, Permanent Secretaries, Heads of Departments and Agencies, both state and federal, distinguished plenary speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam Malaysia Madani, dan salam Sabah Maju Jaya. First of all, I would like to thank Datuk Rosmadi, Datuk Ramli for giving me the opportunity to be the last speaker of the day, because I have like 50 slides, you know, we're not going back until 6. So bear with me. I would like to touch a bit topic about blue economy, but wholly on small medium enterprises. We'll start off. Also, I have the opportunity to actually give a bit of a summary of what we have heard for today, since the morning session from the first PLENO session until my PLENO session right now. So ladies and gentlemen, if you can recap a bit, we've touched from the starting of the first PLENO, we talk about conservation, we talk about data, ensuring we have enough data, we talk about community-led blue economy activities. Am I right? Right. But don't you think that we're kind of missing something that's quite important? The mover or the shaker of the blue economy itself. Who is the main actor behind the blue economy that we would like to have in Sabah state government, for example? Have you guessed it since now? Somewhere is in the title of the topic. So you are not wrong, where the key economic driver of the blue economy eventually will have to be the small medium enterprises, right? From the start all the way up to the upstream, or all the way down to the downstream of the economic sector. And if I can also share a bit of information why I say that SME plays a big role in the economy, because across the board, you know, even Malaysia or even our fellow ASEAN countries, at least 40% and above the shared GDP contribution from the MSMEs or the SMEs of the respective countries. You know, you'll see countries like Cambodia hitting more than 50%. You have, I think, 60%, 61% from Indonesia and so on and so forth. So that tells you how important where SME plays a role in the economy, especially, potentially, in the blue economy sector. So how we want to talk to the SMEs, so how we are going to cajole the SMEs to be part of the blue economy story, am I right? So I think there's 2 things that we can do. I think number 1, we need to be able to speak the language of the SMEs, right? So if you've seen from, I had the opportunity to come in a bit earlier yesterday from the for the ASEAN business, ASEAN Blue Economy session done by Ministry of Economy. Until today, you will see that all definitions of the blue economy sector consist a very pivotal and important word, which is called sustainability, right? Whether it's World Bank, whether it's UN, or even Sabah state government.
So what's the major difference here if it's sustainability? How do we explain to the SMEs, or how do we actually promote blue economy? Because quite a big jargons there, you have, preserving health, ocean system, yada yada. But for me, personally, it's basically, hey, fellow SMEs, in your respective sectors, potentially in the blue economy sectors, do whatever that you have been doing, but make sure it is sustainable, period. Because we want to ensure that, there's continuity in the sector. We want to ensure that we will be able to generate the best outcome, whether in terms of monetary or even conservation and so forth, for the state government of Sabah. So I think that's the key word here for SMEs to be able to understand why or how are they going to be part of the blue economy sector. And number two is that we try to also ask them exactly what are the gaps the SMEs are facing, right? I'm pretty sure, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard concerns or issues or gaps pertaining to financial. We don't have the right financing, there's no blue financing for the time being and things like that. And also, we don't really know how to participate in the blue economy, how it sounds big to me, how do I be part of this, so on and so forth. So let's start to actually dissect one by one. First is on the how to obtain capital or funds to be part of the projects or part of the industry. So from the SMEs that we have engaged, pertaining to Trajus program, when we do, SME developmental programs and so on and so forth, the issue is not about not getting financing per se, surprisingly. You have SMEs that, I have received financing up to 10 million from the banks, to do project A, project B, project C, and so on and so forth. Alhamdulillah, well and good. But issue that they actually face, particularly Bumiputera SMEs, is about raising the collateral that's required for the financing. So for example, let's say, ladies and gentlemen, you borrow, again, 10 million ringgit as an example. Some certain banks will put, okay, I need 20% of the total financing to be parked as collateral, whether in the form of cash or whether in the form of assets, correct? So you start to look for, land that you want to liquidate, assets you want to liquidate, or even put in cash collateral. So that is that small little hurdle there that most of the SMEs cannot pass through, even though they have the financing approved, right? So that's one. The second one, when they already have received the financing and they've already started to do the project, what you always listen, or what you also hear, from these SMEs is about, I do not have enough funds for the next project, or, I kind of like tight for these 3 months because, for the cycle is not yet there, my cash flow is a bit dry up. So these are some of the complaints that we hear. So the ability to actually sustain a healthy cash flow in their business. So these are two key issues here that we feel that we need to be able to address, because I like Dr. Ramli mentioned yesterday that today's session is all about execution. We want to make sure that we can do and deliver. So today is about how to find the solution and addressing the issues. So from Trajus financing program, we have one, not two, but three actually. The first one, is what we call Bumiputera Expansion and Catalyst Fund. All right, again, you can get funds from any commercial banks, wherever that we, that is out there, but we have a list of what that we have. But basically the program looks into scaling up Bumiputera enterprises through the financial support, which is the cash collateral support. I'll explain a bit more later. So we have a fund size, 1 billion fund size that we raise every single year, where we actually partner with the banks, and they raise the funds, we put in our collateral cash to make it as a collateral fund. Financing tenure is up to 8 years, and BFR is about, profit rate is about BFR plus 2% on a yearly basis. And it works on working capital, asset acquisition, or even project and contract financings that the SME has. Some of the details, I will not go into the details, but from here, we target small and medium enterprise. When you say small and medium enterprise, what's the range, Nick, you're looking at? Between 1 million revenue to 50 million revenue per year, or even 50 million revenue per year. So it depends on what sectors you are in. But again, if the question you might ask, is blue economy sector included? Yes, because we are sector agnostic. We look at all sectors. You have agriculture, you have logistics, you have tourism dan sebagainya, in part of the sectors that I look into. And of course, we have the collaborators because we work with the banks to raise the funds. We put in our cash as the collateral. You can see on the slides. These are the types of the banks that we partner with. Okay, so that's for our first financing program. It's called Bumiputera Expansion and Catalyst Fund. Basically, a term loan. Yeah. So about the issue about contract just now, some companies may have issues with cash flow. We have Islamic Working Capital Project Financing. IWCPF is quite mouthful. We target companies that have projects and do contract financing, and then we lend it through our peer-to-peer partners. If you guys have been familiar with funding societies or CAPBay, you have these alternative financing platforms. So what we'll do is that the contracts that tuan-tuan perempuan or ladies and gentlemen that you have, whether it's with government, whether it's with Sabah Electricity, for example, right? We can finance that contract for you. For example, let's say you need to fulfill construction of a PMU. No, PMU is a bit too big. PPU lah, for example, or connecting the lines to one PPU to the other. You require, say, about 500,000. You can lend for 500,000. Within 3 months, you can pay it back, and the tenure goes up to 12 months. And the interest rate is only 1% per month. Right? So the lesser you lend, the smaller the the interest rate. And these are some of the strategic collaborators that we work with, CAPBay, Funding Society, MicroLeap, Nusa Capital. These are all what we call registered market operators by Securities Commission, Jaya Security. Again, same target company, which is small to medium size, and the sectors agnostic. So if, let's say, somebody wants to do a contract, just now Datuk Frederick did request for partners, collaborative partners, doing some contracts with Sabah Forestry, and then there's a contract is there, valid for 12 months. By all means, please do come to us for this facilitation in terms of the financing we can offer. Okay, the third one is going to be a bit, straight from the oven, I would say. It was recently approved by the board, so I'm allowed to also share specific to the Borneo states. So what we have is called Bumiputera Sabah and Sarawak Scale Up, BSSF. Again, similar to BECF just now, which is a term loan, right? We put in cash collateral and you get the financing from the bank. And the application ability, of course, it goes back to Anak Negeri Sabah Sarawak, and then not limited to only Syarikat Sendi Berhad, is open to also enterprises and sole props, for example, to take up this particular loan. And then, of course, the current collaborators we have, we are working closely with Agrobank and also Bank Rakyat for this particular program. Fund size we have allocated for this program is up to 100 million ringgit, right? We're financing up to about 500,000 per company. So it's a smaller financing term, I would say, or smaller term, fund size for the companies. Just now, BACF, you can loan up to 10 million. This one is a bit smaller. You can only loan up to 500,000 ringgit. Same types of profit rate, up to 5% per annum. Sorry, profit rate is up to 5% per annum. Financing tenure is up to 5 years, including a grace period, right? And of course, the collateral is secured by our cash collateral from Traju. So these are the 3 types of financing program currently. 2 is actually open up for national applications, and for BSSF, solely for Sabah and Sarawak SMEs, right? Okay, so the second issue, actually, what we may gather is that, again, if it's blue economy, it might be seen or it might be heard as a bit too big of a size to chew. So how do we actually help these SMEs to participate in the blue economy sector as a whole? What we realized, what we can do is that for the very basic, these companies or the collaborative partners or the SMEs need to be able to meet the minimum requirements in being part of the sector, whether they have a clear strategy, whether they have the right technology, whether they will be able to identify new markets in the sectors they want to go into, or they want to pivot into a new sector. This is where we would like to facilitate. I would like to thank also Mr. Ceremony did mention that I was in South Africa before. For your information, ladies and gentlemen, South Africa started Blue Economy back in 2014. That's where I was there. I was there to actually help with a project called Oceans Economy, looking only at the oceans. As you can know that South Africa has the longest coastline, amongst all of African countries. So they look into 4 main areas. One is marine manufacturing, oil and gas, offshore oil and gas, of course, aquaculture, and also the governance side. So interestingly, Alhamdulillah, for Sabah, I congratulate because you've done a lot more. You expanded the scope, not only looking at 4 areas, but expanding it a lot more, looking at sustainability as a whole. So I must say that the most important, whether I was in South Africa or even now, is to be able to assist these companies to come on board, because we were also looking for companies to come on board on the new sector that's been identified. So how do we do that? So under our facilitation program, ladies and gentlemen, we have 2. One is called consultation advisory services, that advisory support that we give to companies, and also Bumiputera Corporate Depository. All right, it's a platform that we get individuals from various backgrounds, to become on board and also to be able to match with another company. I'll talk about it a bit more in the next few slides. So objective of the consultation advisory services is straightforward, is to support Bumi businesses and also assist stakeholders in the government. But this is how we do it. Again, whoever that has kids in this room, or even you yourself, when we went through our journey of education, for example, we start off where? We don't start straight away in university, kan? Maybe some, very, pandai kids. But we always start with primary sector, secondary, and all the way to the tertiary level, right? So what does this program do is that we will try to identify the companies where they are, whether they are at the primary sector, which is under track 1, ASEAN, whether in the secondary sector, in track 2, or they are already in the universities, where this is track 3, which is road to IPO. So ASEAN is about making sure the companies are bankable, as simple as that. Making sure the strategy is clear, the financial documentations are clear, operations are in place. You'll be surprised, tuan-tuan puan-puan, whenever we actually facilitate a company, one of the major issue that they face is bookkeeping. They don't even have general ledger. Kalau tak ada ledger, macam mana nak pergi pinjam kat bank? Kan? That's the first thing the bank will ask, for example. So books must be in place, definitely, or as simple as procurement process. Every single time, it's always the CEO takes out money from his pocket and pays something, right? So if that happens, there's not a very strong governance in place. So CG, corporate governance also is very important. So this is where, under the track 1, under 40 months, we will facilitate the companies going to classes and so on, so off, to ensure that they have all this in place. So for the next 6 months, this is where we introduce them to new financial instruments, including capital markets, how to be able to go into, getting private equity to come in. You've heard the likes of Credo or, the big names, 500, Lead Ventures and so on and so forth, to come and invest, take up equity in companies, how to be able to plan for their strategic direction, for financial strategic direction, so on and so forth, for 6 months. Then, this is to make sure that they become investable. The next stage is for them to become listable, for them to go listing. This is where we want companies to hit markets like ACE Market, LEAP, or even Mainboard. Go for listing, go, raise funds, in the millions to be able to expand their business. So this from here, if let's say I can relate back to blue economy sector, some of the sectors maybe fall in the primary sector, I would say, the primary school, the ASEAN, for example. But some sectors, the bigger areas, the renewable energies, the bigger guys might go into the IPO scene. So this is where we want to push them, to give them new ways of financing to finance their programs. Yeah. And of course, Bumiputera Corporate Depository, it is actually, in simple terms, it's a depository of Bumiputera individuals, or even non-Bumiputera for that matter, to give back to the community in a form of advisory, in a form of market access, in a form of tunjuk ajar dan sebagainya. So what we'll do is that we will actually, get them to be registered on board. There's a bit of matching that's going to happen at the back end. It's all systemized. So for example, let's say Dato' Rosmadi has vast experience in tourism. He signs up. And then there's a tourism company that says, hey, maybe I need somebody with that knowledge. Then you guys match. So that's where it's been taken into the next step, whether he comes in as a board director or he comes in as an advisor to the company, and then we'll take it on from there. So how do we do this? Actually, we do from the perspective of what we call business synergy. It's a facilitation platform that connects the companies. Again, sorry to use Dato' Rosmadi as an example. Dato' Rosmadi with company ABC of tourism background, they meet and sit and talk to each other on this particular day. I'm not sure any of you have experienced speed dating before, but basically this is speed dating corporate style. You know, not your Facebook, it's Facebook, yeah, maybe. But this is a lot more structured in the sense that they tend to meet and talk to each other and see if they say they can work together moving forward. Because there's a lot of Muputra corporates out there, or even ex-corporates, ex-government servants that would like to give back to the community. Okay, second bell's coming up. A bit of numbers, alhamdulillah, as of to date, nationally, we have more than 700 Bumi companies on board of our programs, whether it's financing program, facilitation program, and next year we're targeting another billion. Roughly, we are about 800 million. Inshallah, we'll hit the 1 billion target this year to give out in terms of financing. And for next year, it's another 1 billion target for us to achieve. For Sabah, alhamdulillah too, there's more than 100 million already approved and disbursed by our BECF program. A bit to catch up on our IWCPF, but the next year's target, we are trying to up it a bit more, up the ante to 140 million for Sabah SMEs. So in total, we have about 1,223 beneficiaries. Sabah is close, is more than 300 actually, 301 into specific sectors like pharmaceutical, tourism, shipping, and so on and so forth. So alhamdulillah, you're about 25% of our beneficiaries in our programs. Right, before I end the presentation, I would like everyone to take out your phone. Please send me your QR code. No. And this is actually for you to register for our program portal. You don't have to send me any money. Do sign up. It's exactly your MAE or your CIMB Octo. Just register and then choose which one you would like to actually Teraju to assist you, whether it's our financing program, whether it's our facilitation program, or whether it's both. It's up to you. All right. So with that, I end my presentation. Thank you so much for the, for your attention. If you have any questions, over to Mistress of Ceremony. Thank you.
Baik, thank you very much Encik Nik Nazri bin Nik Abdul Rahman. Baik, sebarang soalan, inilah sesi untuk anda. Kemukakan any Q&A questions can be asked now. Kita berikan laluan untuk anda menyuarakan sebarang soalan kepada Encik Nik Nazri. Ekonomi biru, pengembangan PKS melalui pembiayaan dan pemudahcaraan oleh Teraju. Itu kalau direct translate ya, Encik Nik.
Yes.
Blue economy scaling up of SMS through Teraju's financing and facilitation. We still have another 5 more minutes.
Oh, so bell bunyi awal lah tadi?
Boleh juga kalau kita untuk sesi Q&A.
Yeah, okay. Tak apa, if you don't have any questions, it's fine. You can still log on to the portal because diorang boleh pilih jugalah. You can see what is the requirement, what is the minimum requirement, criteria dan so on and so forth. And our booth is on the other side of the hall, kat sebelah facing the wall. So you can go over and then we have our team there to be able to assist you lah kalau you ada apa-apa soalan.
Okey, baik. Kalau macam tu, kita berikan tepukan yang gemuruh sekali lagi kepada speaker yang terakhir untuk petang ini. Terima kasih sekali lagi dan untuk sesi penyampaian cenderamata yang terakhir ini dijemput yang berbahagia Datuk Ramli bin Karya, Ketua Pegawai Penyelaras Secretariat Sabah Maju Jaya untuk menyempurnakan penyampaian cendera hati kepada speaker terakhir hari yang pertama Third ASEAN Blue Economy Forum 2025 Exhibition. Speaker terakhir kita berikan tepukan sekali lagi Encik Nik Nazri bin Nik Abdul Rahman, Pengarah Kanan Perkhidmatan Strategik Unit Peneraju Agenda Bumi Putra Teraju. Terima kasih Datuk Ramli. Baik hadirin dan hadirat yang dihormati sekalian, acara kita pada hari ini telah pun berakhir di sini dengan sesi sidang pleno yang ke-6 sebentar tadi. Sekali lagi terima kasih diucapkan di atas kebersamaan dan juga kami harapkan semoga esok kita akan terus berikan dukungan yang tidak berbelah bagi untuk hari terakhir dengan beberapa lagi speaker jemputan yang akan berkongsi mengenai topik pastinya berkaitan dengan penerokaan ekonomi biru di negeri Sabah, negeri di bawah Bayu. Kita ada sediakan sedikit kudapan minum petang. Jadi untuk div-div jemputan selepas ini bolehlah bergerak lokasi yang kami telah pun sediakan kepada hadirin yang lain juga. Sekali lagi terima kasih. Kita jumpa insya-Allah esok di hari, di tempat dan juga pada masa yang sama di Dewan Sipadan SICC Kota Kinabalu.